Mm. Melalui FITE, Mas Asri berharap dapat berkontribusi dalam menjembatani dunia pendidikan dengan dunia industri.
And then again is to make sure between theory and practice is coherent.
Ini sesuatu hal yang paling penting. Itu lulusan FITE itu memiliki akhlak yang baik, integritas yang tinggi, sikap kerja dan etos yang baik, tanggung jawab yang sangat kuat, toleransi terhadap keberagaman, dan mau bekerja keras.
Disitulah Sumarekon membuat konsep yang namanya Enterprise University, bahwa industri dengan perguruan tinggi merupakan bagian yang saling tidak terpisahkan.
Bonjour, tertarik melanjutkan kuliah di Prancis? Yuk simak apa saja keuntungan jika kuliah di Prancis. Sebagai negara penerima mahasiswa asing terbanyak kelima di dunia, Prancis menawarkan pendidikan berkualitas di berbagai bidang. Kekuatan Prancis dalam perekonomian dunia juga diimbangi oleh penelitian dan inovasi yang terdepan. Saat ini, bahasa Prancis merupakan bahasa internasional. Belum bisa bahasa Prancis? Jangan khawatir, tersedia juga perkuliahan dengan 100% bahasa Inggris. Jenjang perkuliahan di Prancis menggunakan sistem satuan kredit Eropa dan diakui di seluruh dunia. Prancis merupakan salah satu negara dengan biaya pendidikan terendah di Eropa berkat bantuan subsidi langsung sebesar 70% dari pemerintah. Temukan juga berbagai kesempatan beasiswa unggulan untuk kuliah di Prancis. Selain subsidi langsung biaya kuliah, manfaatkan subsidi akomodasi, asuransi kesehatan, transportasi, dan kegiatan budaya. Anda juga diizinkan bekerja paruh waktu untuk menambah uang saku. Kangen berkumpul dengan mahasiswa Indonesia? Perhimpunan Pelajar Indonesia di Prancis menyambut Anda di berbagai kota. Setelah lulus, Anda akan bergabung dengan France Alumni Indonesia bersama ratusan ribu alumni Prancis di dunia. Dan pastinya, berbagai kesempatan profesional menunggu Anda. 5 perwakilan kampus France Indonesia siap membantu untuk berkonsultasi mengenai rencana kuliah Anda. Kunjungi www.indonesia.campusfrance.org untuk informasi terkait program studi, beasiswa, cara mendaftar kuliah, dan pengajuan visa pelajar. Jangan lupa ikuti media sosial Kampus France Indonesia dan dapatkan berbagai informasi terkini seputar kuliah di Prancis. Merci, kuliah di luar negeri, pilih Prancis.
Melalui FITE, Mas Asri berharap dapat berkontribusi dalam menjembatani dunia pendidikan dengan dunia industri.
And then again is to make sure between theory and practice is coherent.
Ini sesuatu hal yang paling penting. Itu lulusan FITE itu memiliki akhlak yang baik, integritas yang tinggi, sikap kerja dan etos yang baik, tanggung jawab yang sangat kuat, toleransi terhadap keberagaman, dan mau bekerja keras.
Recording in progress.
Disitulah Summarecon membuat konsep yang namanya Enterprise University, bahwa industri dengan perguruan tinggi merupakan bagian yang saling tidak terpisahkan.
Bonjour, tertarik melanjutkan kuliah di Prancis? Yuk simak apa saja keuntungan jika kuliah di Prancis. Sebagai negara penerima mahasiswa asing terbanyak kelima di dunia, Prancis menawarkan pendidikan berkualitas di berbagai bidang. Kekuatan Prancis dalam perekonomian dunia juga diimbangi oleh penelitian dan inovasi yang terdepan. Saat ini, bahasa Prancis merupakan bahasa internasional. Belum bisa bahasa Prancis? Jangan khawatir, tersedia juga perkuliahan dengan 100% bahasa Inggris. Jenjang perkuliahan di Prancis menggunakan sistem satuan kredit Eropa dan diakui di seluruh dunia. Prancis merupakan salah satu negara dengan biaya pendidikan terendah di Eropa berkat bantuan subsidi langsung sebesar 70% dari pemerintah. Temukan juga berbagai kesempatan beasiswa unggulan untuk kuliah di Prancis. Selain subsidi langsung biaya kuliah, manfaatkan subsidi akomodasi, asuransi kesehatan, transportasi, dan kegiatan budaya. Anda juga diizinkan bekerja paruh waktu untuk menambah uang saku. Kangen berkumpul dengan mahasiswa Indonesia? Perhimpunan Pelajar Indonesia di Prancis menyambut Anda di berbagai kota. Setelah lulus, Anda akan bergabung dengan France Alumni Indonesia bersama ratusan ribu alumni Prancis di dunia. Dan pastinya, berbagai kesempatan profesional menunggu Anda. 5 perwakilan kampus France Indonesia siap membantu untuk berkonsultasi mengenai rencana kuliah Anda. Kunjungi www.indonesia.campusfrance.org untuk informasi terkait program studi, beasiswa, cara mendaftar kuliah, dan pengajuan visa pelajar. Jangan lupa ikuti media sosial Kampus France Indonesia dan dapatkan berbagai informasi terkini seputar kuliah di Prancis. Merci, kuliah di luar negeri, pilih Prancis.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 5th edition of Forum for International Tourism and the Environment 2021, the international conference and the grand final of student video essay competition.
My name is Karen and this is my partner Evelyn. We are the tourism student of Pradita University. As for today, we will be the MC for the final conference of the 5th edition of
Forum for International Tourism
and the environment, creative tourism, resilience, and sustainability. This event is organized by the Embassy of France in Indonesia, Institut Français d'Indonésie, and Pradita University. As the 5th edition of Forum for International Tourism and the Environment, Pradita University is very proud and honored to be able to be the first private university to host this event.
FITE competition is held to build the awareness of students, especially when it comes to the responsibility in tourism sustainability, through gaining ideas and action to create positive change. As the current situation, we are experiencing COVID-19 pandemic, which pose a threat to the tourism industry. As many borders around the world are closed, which caused the industry to struggle. Now, we are exploring the issue and the possibilities. On this occasion, me and my partner are going to conduct this online seminar to find out how to fight this crisis through the presentation of our speaker and the top 10 finalists.
For today, there will be two main agendas. First, the international conference. It is the keynote speech on tourism that will be delivered by Dr. Franciscus Xavier's Teguh. And second, the grand final presentation for the student video essay competition. There will be 10 finalists, but there will only be 3 winners. The students have been selected by the International Selection Committee based on the submitted video in the competition. Next, before we proceed, I would like to read term and condition during online seminar. First, participants should turn off the microphone during the presentation unless you are allowed by the host. Second, participants should not leave the Zoom meeting before the webinar ends. Third, participants should use the real name for their username in Zoom. Fourth, please use appropriate language if you want to submit question or comment in the chat box.
To begin today's agendas, I would like to invite Mr. Stefan Dobe, Counselor of Cooperation of the Embassy of France of Indonesia, for giving us warm opening remarks. Mr. Stefan Dobe, the screen is yours.
Ja, selamat siang. Sama semua peserta yang saya hormati. Dear Professor Dr. Richardus Eko Indrajit, Rector of Pradita University. Dear Dr. Frank Xaverius Teguh, expert staff from Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. Dear fellow member of the jury. Dear Dr. Sapta Nirvandar, Cher Sapta, Chairman of Indonesian Tourist Forum, alumni dari Prancis juga, and former Minister of Tourism. Dear Mrs. Eka Moncare, Director of La Maison de l'Indonésie, dear colleague. Dear Mrs. Vidya Almanto, Director at Panorama JTB Tours Indonesia. Dear Karen and Philip, our MCs today, thank you for the introduction. Dear students, dear finalists, dear members of the audience. Welcome to FITE 2021. I am very honored to open this year's FITE edition dedicated to creative tourism during the pandemic. After 1 year of interruption, past year was obviously a very hard one for all of us, but especially for tourism industry. We had a year without FITE because of the situation, and we are so glad to get back. But we can't do it business as usual. The context is awful. Let's start by the horrible figures. Tourist revenue dropped by at least 60% in 2020. Indonesia lost 75% of its tourist arrival. It is projected that the industry will not fully recover before 2025. Unprecedented challenges and a serious risk of collapse are in front of us. But all those horrible figures, all those sad history comes along opportunities. It's also a unique moment for reflecting on what a new and more sustainable tourism can be. And let me give you a few examples. For long, we have maybe extensively traveled, maybe too much, considering the other issues and the pandemic as sustainable development, as a sustainable Earth, as climate change, as environment challenges. In many countries, we have decided to travel whenever we wanted for a short period, using plan extensively. And it's probably good things if we try to focus more on tourism, on what we do and what we prospect to do. Better maybe to travel for longer and travel less, using less plane and preparing our trips better, trying to figure out what we want to find, having more times in the country we visit, spending more time to explore culture, to explore nature, to explore environment, to meet with people, rather than to try to know everything in the world without knowing anything. It's not because you have visited 30 countries in your life that you know the world. It's because you have explored better and deeper some of them. And there is another issue, another challenge that is quite important. It's the idea to be a tourist in your own places, trying to discover what is around you. I think that domestic tourism has to be exploited more, has to be expanded. To give you an idea, let's start by France. We have some marvelous tourist spots nearby Paris. Château de Chantilly, La Forêt de Compiègne, Compiègne Forest, Vaux-le-Vicomte as a castle, one of the most beautiful castles in the world, most probably. And all those marvelous things are less than 100 kilometers from Paris, about 50 kilometers from Paris. And I take the bet that most of the people living in Paris do not even know it. It's not certain, but I think that more people have visited Roma or London in France than people who have visited La Forêt de Compiègne. And it's a bit sad because we have a lot to discover nearby. I was recently in Semarang. Semarang is a wonderful city. I have explored the old town, and I have just noticed that old town that has been rejuvenated for a part, hasn't been visited that much, and that unfortunately you don't have many bars, restaurants, shops, just because of the lack of tourism. And it's not that far from Jakarta by using a car or by using, even better, the train that is very comfortable. And I bet that a lot of people living in Jakarta do not know the old town. And I take the bet as well that a lot of people do not know Sampukong. Sampukong was set when China's Muslim explorer Admiral Zenge arrived in the western part of what is now Semarang is circa 1400, 6 centuries ago. And he is most probably the greater explorer of all times on Earth, in the world. And despite the fact that he is the best possible explorer on Earth, he is not very known in Indonesia, and it's probably clear that his temple is not as known as it deserves to be. So this is one of the reasons FITE competition is that important. We have to have a better understanding of what tourism could be. It's important to have our students committed and involved in the tourism industry of tomorrow, because they are the one who will be in charge. A video competition between students. Let's think of what is FITE exactly. First, it's a video competition between students coming from all over Indonesia, and that's important regarding the fact that every places in Indonesia are interesting and worth to be visited. And the ones who know better to advertise their country are the ones who live there. So it's better when you are Moluccan or when you are Sumatranese to make your place attractive than when you are coming from elsewhere. It's an opportunity with these videos for them to give us a clue of what they think about tourism industry future. There is for FITE a final conference where the best students compete in front of a prestigious French Indonesian jury. I don't speak for myself, but we have some characters, very important characters of the Indonesian tourism, including Pasarta Nirwanda, former Minister for Tourism. Last but not least, two winners who will win a trip to France. And of course, the best way to discover France, but also to discover our tourist industry and the way to make it attractive is to go to France, of course. What are the goals of the event? FITE is a competition, as I had mentioned, but FITE is also dialogue open between two countries. Between all stakeholders and with a larger public. By all stakeholders, I mean private and public, of course. FITE is a moment dedicated to tourism and its actors, professionals, students, public authorities, school, and tourists themselves, of course, not mentioning hotels that are sponsoring a part of the event or did sponsor as well some institution. I saw that Tosia is part of the partners, and I know that Accor is part of the partner of Pradita as well. Brainstorm new ideas on sustainability and relevant tourism is very crucial for the time being, and we have to think of what new tourism should be. I just have been quite long on that point. We have to show as well that tourists can adapt themselves to change. It's not something that is impossible. It's not because the behavior were what they were, that we can't consider a change in behaviors. And of course, and it is the main purpose, we have to give the floor to students who represent the future of tourism, as I have mentioned, as tourists, and of course, as young professionals, because we are here in Pradita, all together in the tourism industry with the senior professionals as well as the new professional. And of course, we have to mention that France and Indonesia are two of the main destinations in the world, and that we are two countries that are a member, I should say, of the G10 of the main tourist industry, and at least main actors with full of tourism perspective. Not to mention, everybody knows that Indonesia has more than 17,000 islands with plenty of charming prospects, not to mention that France is the first destination for tourism on Earth so far. Let's say, to conclude, a couple of final words. Each one of the students who will compete today are the future of tourism in Indonesia. It has been mentioned already. Each one of them has an original solution to the current crisis. And it's what we will have the pleasure to watch in what they have prepared for us. The French embassy is glad and proud has recently published a book as well. Erlanger, you all know it's a publisher. And we have elaborated together a textbook for the next generation of stakeholders studying French for tourism. The textbook, it's the first one ever, at this quality at least, is called S'il vous plaît. And I try to show it to you. I don't know if it's visible. S'il vous plaît. I saw plenty of reflects, but maybe it will be shown later on and shared later on. We hope to see it soon in every Poltec part. in Indonesia, to have earned the support of Bapak Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, Minister of Tourism and Creative Industry of the Republic of Indonesia. And last but not least, I want to thank Ibu Aida, the General Secretary, for her support and her presence. Thank you, Ibu Aida. May our day be fruitful. Good luck to our students and long life to tourism in France, in Indonesia, and with us everywhere in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stefan Dover, for the warm opening remarks. Now, we are going to watch the short video from Mr. Sandiaga Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Salam sehat. Salam Indonesia maju penuh semangat. Selamat atas diluncurkannya buku pengantar bahasa Prancis untuk SMA, MAK, S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît ini adalah karya penulis Ria Ismayani, Colin Carretier, dan RC Veronita. Semoga dengan hadirnya buku S'il vous plaît dapat membantu, memotivasi, dan dapat mempersiapkan pelajar SMK, MAK menjadi pribadi yang unggul, terutama dalam penggunaan bahasa asing, khususnya bahasa Perancis. Saya yakin 3 tema utama dalam buku pengantar bahasa Perancis ini, yakni wisata, kuliner, dan mode, bermanfaat untuk digunakan bagi para pemula yang ingin belajar komunikasi sehari-hari atau sebagai bekal komunikasi dasar di dunia kerja. Selain itu, saya berharap buku ini akan menjadi salah satu media yang tepat untuk mendukung peningkatan skill para pegiat bahasa Perancis sehingga kompetensi SDM masyarakat Indonesia akan lebih baik ke depannya. Sekali lagi selamat dan sukses untuk penerbit Erlangga.
Thank you, Mr. Sandiaga Uno.
Next, I would like to invite Mrs. Aida Halim, who is the General Secretary of Yayasan Pendidikan Pradita Indonesia, to give us her opening remarks. Mrs. Aida Halim, the screen is yours.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to the Counselor of Cooperation of the Embassy of France in Indonesia, Mr. Stefan Dover, to the Counselor of the Minister in Sustainable Development and Conservation, Ministry of Tourism in Indonesia, Dr. Frans Saverius Teguh MA, to the tourism experts and judges of the student competition, and to all participants. Thank you for being here today, and I hope everyone is at their best. I virtually would like to welcome all of you here in our campus, Pradita University. We are all fortunate enough to meet virtually, but with high hopes that this pandemic coming to an end soon. We would be very glad to personally welcome you to our campus located at Boulevard Gading Serpong. I am grateful that this year, IFI embraces Pradita University to co-organize Forum for International Tourism and the Environment 2021. This event consists of 2 main agendas. First, online international conference, and second, student video essay competition. In relation with the current pandemic, IFI and Pradita would like to encourage exchange of ideas between the academic stakeholders and practitioners towards strengthening back the tourism industry. With this, IFI and Pradita University have chosen creative tourism after COVID-19 pandemic, resilience and sustainability as the topic. Students are invited to reflect on how the COVID-19 pandemic affected the industry and how we can find ways to bring back its sustainability. A few months from now, we will get the chance to take a look at the creativity of the students through the video that each of them put on effort into making it. For this competition's grand prize, the best students will eligible to be part of tourism short course in France. Pradita University also takes pride in hosting this FITE 2021 conference, where outstanding contribution of students from our university will be presented. We would like to extend our appreciation to the Students' Committee and their lecturers who took time to supervise their work. So, without any further ado, let us now take this time to sit back and enjoy this conference. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, Mrs. Aida, for the amazing opening remarks.
Let's move on to the next agenda of the day, which is the keynote speech. Our honorable speaker, Dr. Francisco Xavier Teguh, is the Senior Advisor for His Excellency, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia, of Sustainable Development and Conservation, as well as Acting Deputy on Destination and Infrastructure. Dr. Francisco Xavier Teguh, the screen is yours.
Ya, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat Indonesia. Yang saya hormati Ibu Aida Halim, the General Secretary of Yayasan Pendidikan Pradita Indonesia, Counselor of Cooperation Embassy of France, Mr. Stephen Dover, Pak Rektor Pradita, Bapak Profesor Dr. Insinyur Ricardus Eko, Bapak Sabta Nirwanda, ini guru saya, Chairman of Indonesia Tourism Forum. Selamat sore, Pak. Pak Ibu Vidya Hermanto, Director of Panorama Tours Indonesia, Miss Eka Mongkal, CEO of La Maison de l'Indonésie, Mr. Philemon Robin, of Education and University Cooperation Embassy of France, dear panelists, students and participants. Good afternoon. Today, the COVID-19 pandemic becomes one of the greatest threats and challenges for Indonesia and has ever had to face in. However, in this challenging time, tourism was hardly hit by the closure of borders, and social distancing measures were put in place everywhere in the world. So therefore, I would like to share our policy and initiative related to the resilience and recovery of tourism and creative economy in Indonesia. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy has a post-pandemic recovery and reactivation program for next 4 years in the context of innovation, adaptation, and collaboration. So we are working on the product innovation and customized tourist destination according to the trends and preferences, new trends, of course, because the trend is shifting to be more personalized, more localized, searching for the authentic experience, and we are facing with the smaller in size. So it also impacts to the business model in tourism and creative economy sectors. Adaptation to the technology through the application of the digital economy. Collaborating with the various stakeholders to reactivate the tourism and creative economy sectors. We touch with the trends such as e-commerce, and digital-based financial applications. Stimulating working capital stimulus. We have some incentive, including HIBA, for example, in tourism and creative economy, business that affect by collaborating with the investors, banks, philanthropy, venture capital to upscaling the capacity of the business. And we also have the development of the rural tourism as a driving force, Desa Wisata, as a driving force for the recovery for the tourism and the creative economy sectors. And also together with the cross sectors, implement the health protocols in the form of cleanliness, health, safety, and environmental sustainability campaigns, including certifications. And also we promote
I would like to introduce the judges for today. The first judge is Mr. Stefan Dobe, Counselor of Cooperation of the Embassy of France in Indonesia. The second judge is Mr. Sapta Nirwandar, the Chairman of Indonesia Tourism Forum. The third judge is Mrs. Eka Mongkar, CEO of La Maison de l'Indonésie. And last, Mrs. Fedia Hermanto, Director at Panorama Tours Indonesia. Okay, we can continue the presentation of Pa Frans. Pa Frans, the screen is yours.
Sorry, I'm not allowing to. Okay, can I can continue? Well, ladies and gentlemen, so with the tourism and economy, creative economy strategy, we focus on the sustainable development, creating quality and sustainable tourism destination reputation, including digital ecosystem, science and technology, communication, promotion, marketing, and also boosting the eco-friendly transportation, accommodation, and tourism activities, quality of human capital, governments with a put on the ground the destination management model, and also the creativity and innovation. As the world remains confined due to the ongoing travel restriction and social distancing measures, so Ministries of Tourism and Creative Economy and ASEAN Venture Philanthropy Network hopes to make a space for learning and connection through a series of small-scale events and conferences in 2021 to achieve the following objective: build back a strong foundation for Indonesia, provide the capacity building and move capital in the more investment in the socialpreneurs and jobs, livelihoods being created, and also promote Indonesia a quality and sustainable ecotourism destination through impact visit and alignment with the agenda. And last year, we also gave awards and certification for the rural or Desa Wisata, applied the principle of the sustainability. So we are working together with the Indonesia Sustainable Tourism Council, as well as the UNWTO and Global Sustainable Tourism Council, in order to increase the destination quality and reputation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants, so I would like to thank all of you and to appreciate for the organizing the students' online competitions, pre-event seminars on this March, and also this final and international conference 2021 under the theme The Creative Tourism During the Pandemic, Resilience and Sustainability. So I hope there will be some genius and authentic ideas, new creativity, new initiative from the students and young generations as a part of our solution and contribution for the recovery of tourism and creative economy sectors. The sustainability tourism strategy that we implement will always be in the area of the management, sustainability in the social and economy, culture and environment, and as well as supporting local business, conserving natural resources, social culture, and encouraging visitors to participate in the community. Sustainability is a process, and resilience is the essence of the sustainability. So thank you very much. Greeting from wonderful Indonesia. Terima kasih. Selamat sore. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Santi 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 Om. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Francisco Sabres Teguh. It was so amazing. We learned and gained so much through your point of view.
And before we continue to the most awaited agenda, which is the final presentation, we're going to have a photo session. The committee will conduct the photo session, so I would like to invite all of you to open your camera and smile.
Three, two, one. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everyone. And now, let's move on to the next agenda, which is the final presentation of the 10 grand finalists. Each of the finalists will have approximately 5 minutes to present their ideas after their video are played. Then, after the presentation, the judges will ask them 2 questions. Previously, on June 8, the top 10 finalists have received public speaking training from George Washington University. And now, they are ready to present their cases. Finalists, are you ready?
Now, the first finalist who will present her material is Putu Adelia Cindy Bella from Udayana University with the topic of slow tourism during COVID-19 pandemic in Bali. Please welcome Cindy.
Om Swastiastu. Hello everyone, my name is Putu Adelia Cindy Bella and this is my submission for Student Short Video Competition on FITE 2021.
Indonesia and its tourism are 2 things that are interrelated. Indonesia's natural beauty and cultural wealth are in demand by both domestic and foreign tourists. One of the most popular tourist destinations is the Island of God, or what we have known as Bali. For a long time ago, Bali experienced its heyday with the hustle and bustle of million tourists that travel around Bali. It was normal by the time, until one day, the outbreak of COVID-19 hits the world. The whole world is paralyzed. Various sectors in Bali were hampered and experienced a decrease in the number of tourist visits until minus 82.96% in 2020. Surely, this phenomenon resulted in bruises, decreasing income, and occupancy. But Bali will definitely rise.
It's time for us to reshape the type of tourism in Bali so it can be more resilient and sustainable through this pandemic, and also other probabilities that could happen in the future.
There are several solutions that can be done to harmonize tourism and every sector that is influenced in this pandemic situation. First, we can encourage the digitalization in tourism sector for those who can travel with an online virtual tour that can be accessed by everyone around the world, so everyone still can enjoy Bali and tourism without visits directly. Also, we can choose the type of slow tourism within the local destination or travel. Slow tourism is a local tourism that aims to slow down the rhythm of travel, reconcile minds, and enrich local wisdom, culture, and care about the environment. Slow tourism is very likely to be applied in this condition because it provides a lot more time to travel.
Slow tourism may sound quite boring, but I have designed a slow tourism scheme that can be applied during COVID-19 pandemic in Bali.
First, always remember to run the health protocol everywhere in our daily life. Second, plan the appropriate time for individual or small group vacation up to 1 or 2 weeks. You can use a low carbon emission vehicle such as bike and public transportation for your transport choices. Third, find a local accommodations run by local people such as homestays, villas, or resort in many online platforms. Fourth, find out a cultural gastronomist in the local area, trying various kinds of local foods and directly involved in the making process. Fifth, getting involved in several local workshops or cultural events so that you can build connection with the local community, such as joining traditional dance and music workshops, painting, and enjoying nature with yoga and farming. Other authentic experiences are visiting historical sites or learning about Balinese traditional architecture. Slow tourism also implements the Balinese philosophy of Trihita Karana, the three causes of happiness. It is emphasized the connection between human to God, human to human, and human to environment to maintain the balance and harmonization in life.
Slow tourism is one of the best solutions for creative tourism during COVID-19 pandemic, where slow tourism encourages people to gain experience in every step on the trip. We are not only focused on tourist objects, but also humans and surrounding environment. Together in travel. Om Santi 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 Om.
Please welcome Cindy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cindy Bella, and I'm from Udayana University. I was born and raised in Bali, where I have been watching the hustle and bustle of mass tourism almost in every famous places in Bali. Until the COVID-19 pandemic hits the world, the wave of COVID-19 pandemic turns all into a dead city and places. But in the other side, this COVID-19 pandemic has taught us to slow down the pace of life and getting things more balanced and harmony. And the whole world needs to reshape the type of tourism. And I was wondering in which way Bali could reshape the tourism itself. And I proposed slow tourism. Slow tourism is sustainable-based tourism in a local area that intends to slow down the rhythm of travel, reconcile minds, and enrich local insight and care about the environment. It's also required the connection and the relation between the local and the tourist. Slow tourism also implement the three hitakarana or the three main causes of happiness, which is enrich the connection between the human, God, and the environment. It is also implemented in these five steps of scheme in my design, where there is a health protocol, good plan and transport, local accommodation, local foods and gastronomies, and local workshops and local event. Where, as you can see in my video, these five steps are very essential and you can modify it depending on where you have lived. Besides this, we have to analyze the strength and weakness to maintain the resilience of slow tourism if it applied in Bali. So the first one, I will explain you about the strength. The first one is before you travel, you have to determine the purpose of what you want to travel and where when you go to find a goals. And then the second one is during the travel, you have to gain local insight, interact with local, and care with nature. You can use my 5 steps of scheme, slow tourism scheme, to do this during the travel. And then the last one is you have to experience a less exhausted post-travel because you don't want to feel exhausted after you traveling. Besides the strengths, there are also the weakness. I found out the weakness in the strength itself. It is the mobility or the maximum distance that the tourist could undertake. So because the slow tourism concept is to give the less of carbon footprint, so here is the solution. There are 2 solutions that I propose. The first one is Bali has several buses or buses line. There is such a Teman bus, Sarbagita, and Kura-Kura bus. And then if you want to feel the authentic experience, you can use the dokar or horse cart to go to your destination. And then if you want to feel the rural area, you can use Bemo right here up here to go in a rural place in every corner place in Bali. And the second solution is to go to a tourism village which is centralize all the needs of tourists and local people, where you can buy a local food, you can enjoy the nature, and also you can do a local workshop. All right, so to wrap up this presentation, all I want to highlight is the most immortal thing in the world is changes. So we have to give some space for the world to change and the way it should be. And it's our time to adapt the change with reshaping the tourism in Bali or in the world. And I believe slow tourism as a creative tourism during COVID-19 pandemic will suit in this situation to maintain the resilience and sustainable so the tourism around the world will keep harmonized and balanced. Thank you so much. Merci.
Q&A session. Judges, if you have any question, the screen is yours.
Yes, I think I could start to ask this very interesting video presentation Cindy Bella. Om Swastiastu.
Swastiastu, Pak.
Suksma for the presentation. You have nicely presented what the slow tourism part of that slow tourism is related with the also the behavior change from visitor and of course also from the point of view of services. What do you think the Bali can be adapted with this new era of changing of behavior in the tourism? Please, Bella. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. I will answer the question. So I've been researching about the CHSE that are promoted by the government in Indonesia, where there is cleanliness, there's health, safety, and also the environment. So I think in my proposed slow tourism also can elaborate, and they can also like collaborate each other with this cleanliness, health, and safety, and the environment. So this kind of changing behavior could apply in the society and in the most of the people in Indonesia and all around the world. Thank you so much.
I have a question.
Thank you so much, Bella. Thank you, Cindy.
You're welcome, Pak.
Yes, I have a questions also.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe Mr. Stefan. Okay, start. So you are talking about slow tourism in Bali. This is very interesting. And then my question is that Bali is so famous in the world. In France, mostly of the French people, they just know only Bali besides Indonesia. So how you find the solution and how you solve the problem. Meanwhile, you want to promote the slow tourism, and you are mentioning about Dokar to visit all the place in Bali. But the people want to visit not only Kuta, but they want to come to explore Bali from the north, the south, the east, and the west. And how you explain and how you solve the problems when people want to visit the whole Bali to explore the islands, but you explaining that they have to travel with Dokar. Should they go by Dokar from Kuta to Ubud, or from Kuta to Lovina, or Lovina to Amet? Thank you. That's all.
Thank you for the question. So the proposed solutions at the end is the main illustration of what the transportation modes exist in Bali. But if we want to travel around Bali, like for the north, south, we can use charter buses if there are not, there isn't buses that are transfer us. So the one thing that the tourists could do is they have to transfer first with the buses until they arrive at the they wanted to go to example, they wanted to go to Padawa village in Singaraja. They have to find the buses first where they can charter it, and then after that, in that place they can use kind of bikes or anything in there to go to the tourist destination in there or the places, because as I know, in one village there are many kind of like there are one-stop places in there where they can buy food, local food. They can visit the local people in there without going too further. Like they can just walk right there and just find all of that in those places. Maybe that's all of my answer. Thank you so much.
Maybe I have a little question as well. Thank you, Sandy, for your advocacy for slow tourism. I think it's very useful. It's very in accordance with my introduction, my own introduction. But wishing something is not achieving it. So the problem is COVID has maybe changed things or maybe not. But I don't see many reasons. You don't give us many reasons for us to hope. I mean, why do people will turn, or how could they turn to slow tourism? How you make it happen?
Okay, so the reason is almost all of this time, if we see in Bali, there's all about the mass tourism, where everyone wants to go to a famous place like a landmarks. They just want to go to some places that are go viral in YouTube or in Instagram, and they came there and they just only take a picture and then go back to home. So they don't really experience it. They don't really experience the journey or the travel itself in that place. So after I realized in this COVID-19 condition, we cannot travel in like a long. We cannot travel in a short time. We have to travel maybe a little bit longer, because there are health protocol that we should take. So this slow tourism, in my opinion, it's really suit in this condition, because the slow tourism like enrich or encourage people to experience, to take or to gain experience in every step on their trip. If tourists go to one places, or if tourists go to Bali, they must like experience not just only the tourist object, but also communicate with the local. They also like enrich the local insight, and then they also can find the gastronomies in there. So all the local workshops. So when they back to their home, there we find the experience that really like remembering is very remember to their future. And they also, and it's also they're also one, the strength of the slow tourism is when we are doing a mass tourism, after they arrive at home, they feel really exhausted. And I ever feel like that too. So when you are doing a slow tourism, because you are giving space for your traveling, you are not going to find all of the tourism object in Bali, which means you just only go to few of them, but you are feeling it. After you are go back to home, you doesn't feel like exhausted or stressed. You feel like really peaceful and really meaningful. Thank you so much.
Hi, Cindy. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think this is last question for you. If you have become the authority in the tourism ministry in Indonesia, you have the idea of the slow campaign. What do you think the most effective way to make visitors adopt to your campaign about slow tourism?
All right.
You get my question?
Yes. Thank you so much for the question. So, in order to campaign the slow tourism, so the tourists all around the world, when they want to come to Bali, or especially to Indonesia, we can use the power of the internet. When we say in nowadays, like internet was the fastest information transfer, and we can also use the human of Indonesia, where they're like a public figure that we can collaborate with them to promote the slow tourism, where they can maybe they can like a vlogging and they spread it all around the world. So in that way, the tourists or the visitor that want to come to our country will like persuade, like they can persuade the tourists to do the same as the vlogger do or the public figure do. Yeah, that's all my answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy and judges. Let's continue to the next finalist.
I would like to remind that all participants will only receive 2 questions. Judges, we know that you are excited, but all participants will only receive 2 questions. So let's continue to the next finalist. The next finalist is Ananda Joshua Siburian from Medan Tourism Polytechnic with the topic of the existence of Taman Eden 100 and its creativity during COVID-19 pandemic. Please welcome Joshua.
Indonesia is the heaven for world heritage, scattered along the equator, sanctified by its local wisdom. And one proof is in Taman Eden 100.
Hello everyone, my name is Joshua Siburian. I am the student of Medan Polytechnic of Tourism. This is a key essay for FITE in 2021. The topic is about creative tourism during COVID-19 pandemic, resilience, and sustainability.
Taman Eden 100 is an ecotourism destination in Toba Regency. This is the place where natural beauty and diversity of flora and fauna can be found.
There are some uniqueness that can be found in Taman Eden 100, such as fig trees from Jerusalem and bananas from Amazon.
Besides of that, this is the only place where original Andaliman Batak can be found. And a stunning waterfall which flows over on a 300 years metasedimentary rock.
Virus corona memberikan dampak terhadap wisatawan Tiongkok yang datang ke Indonesia. Bagaimana dampak virus corona terhadap sektor pariwisata?
To respond to the pandemic that occurred, Taman Eden 100 began to transform into a new normal, namely the implementation of cleanliness, healthy, safety, and the environment. In implementing this, Taman Eden 100 provide a place for washing hands using soap, or sometimes it is used by hand sanitizer that is provided and available in Taman Eden 100. There is also the rule for keeping the distance, using mask at all time, and implementing the body temperature measurement for everyone who wants to enter to this area. In addition, there is also the road sign as the safety aspect. And last but not least is that Taman Eden 100 also ensure that the usage of environmentally equipment such as agricultural tools in managing the natural resources. In terms of surviving in the pandemic and developing the destination, Taman Eden 100 creates a lot of creativity, such as producing Andaliman Batak, which is created into various kinds of products, such as traditional bath soap, traditional medicine, and also various foods such as Andaliman chips. And the tree or the plantation also will be created into various handicrafts.
And the question is, will this resilience strategy have the sustainability for the future?
And the answer is yes. If it is seen from the environmental aspect, that the cultivation of Andaliman is carried out with the principle of nature conservation, starting from the nursery in nature, fertilization from nature, and traditional harvest methods. Besides of that, the community is also involved in the management of this plant. And from the economy aspect, Andaliman cultivation is very profitable because the products of Andaliman can be sold and will provide more income for the community. In its implementation, Taman Eden 100 is also still facing various obstacles that cause various problems, such as the management of toilet facilities, which is not good yet to open to the public. And the serious problem is that inorganic waste, which is still a little bit scattered and not produced to become a recycled product but disposed into the landfills. Therefore, it requires cooperation from various parties starting from government, tourism stakeholders, the community up to the awareness of the visitors who come. Because by taking care of the nature, it will give us a lot of surprises with its own beauty.
Let's get back to nature. Look deep into nature and you will understand everything better.
Saya Kabupaten Kalam ini.
Siswa.
Iya. Masih. Oh iya.
Okay, Joshua, you can start your presentation.
I'm busy thinking of the coronavirus. Will people go traveling all around the world while the COVID-19 still exists? Let's see that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable judges, and all of the audiences. My name is Ananda Joshua Siburian, and I'm the representative of Medan Polytechnic of Tourism. And today, I will deliver a presentation with the title is The Existence of Taman Eden 100 and its Creativity During COVID-19 Pandemic, Resilience and Sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is the haven for World Heritage. And one proof is in Taman Eden 100. Taman Eden 100 is the ecotourism in Indonesia, located in Toba Samosir, North Sumatra. There are a lot of uniqueness that can be found in Taman Eden 100. Therefore, a lot of people were coming here just to see the beauty of the landscape of Indonesia is. But COVID-19 attacks Indonesia and the world, attacks economic, health, education, and even tourism. Therefore, all of people are afraid to come to the destination. So, as the generation of tourism development, what we should do? Should we stop for a moment, waiting it gone, while do nothing? Where there is a will, there is a way. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to show all of you that our government already implement of CHSE as the resilience strategy. What is that? Cleanliness, health, safety, and the environment. If we talk about cleanliness, that means by preparing a place for washing hands as the way to maintain the cleanliness. It is health aspect by implementing the body temperature measurement and the rule for always wearing the mask at all time. And the safety aspect by providing a safety direction sign to help the visitors going into the area. And last but not least is environment aspect by ensuring that all of the materials and all of the tools environmentally used. Ladies and gentlemen, now the question is, has Taman Eden implemented the resilience strategy? And I say yes. Based on my visit to Taman Eden 100 in May 2021, I saw that they have implemented this. I was feeling safe there. I was given a mask and I was measured my body temperature. And I found everything was better there. And the big question is, can Taman Eden 100 support sustainable tourism development in the pandemic situation? Ladies and gentlemen, if we talk about the sustainable tourism, it must be consist of three aspects, namely environmental, social culture, and economy aspect. Let's talk one by one. If we talk about the environmental sustainability, that we know Taman Eden 100 is the nature, the place for all of the flora and fauna. And there is a plantation that is very famous, namely Andaliman Batak. Ladies and gentlemen, Andaliman Batak can be created into various kinds of products, such as Andaliman Healthy Bath Soap, traditional Andaliman medicine, and various kinds of fruit. And I would like to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, could this product be sold? And I think all of us agree that it can be sold. And of course, it will support economic aspect. And who make that? Of course, all of the societies in Taman Eden 100. And I say that Taman Eden 100 can be sustainable in the future. But, ladies and gentlemen, we know that Taman Eden Stratus is also still facing current problems like scattered trusts, unworked facilities, and lack of human resources. So, how to resolve that? I give 4 ways on this case. The first, to prevent garbage problem, we can educate the visitors to keep the place clean at all time. It needs to be concerned by the government and tourism stakeholders to maintain the public facilities. The third way, in terms of preventing the lack of human resources, therefore, community training is needed. And last but not least, is that Taman Eden Stratus exactly has implemented the health protocol, but it would be better if the certified destination is given. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not about me. This is not about you. This is not about the government or stakeholders. This is about us. Let's work together for our better future, because by taking care of the nature, it will give us a lot of surprises with the sun beauty and the story. Ladies and gentlemen, Taman Eden Stratus is the pieces of paradise in North Sumatra with million charms in both nature and creativity, and it can be sustainable for the present and for the future. So let's get back to nature, look deep into nature, and we will understand everything is better. I'm Joshua Siburian. Maybe the presentation have been finished, but I do hope that the information I have given can be benefit and can be everlasting in our memory. Let's work together. We can do that in the pandemic situation. Thank you for all the judges. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Joshua. It's time for the Q&A session. Judges, if you have any questions, the screen is yours.
Yeah, I think because there is a limited question by 2, I think 2 questions. I think we can share with other judges, right? Or there's a 2 judges can pose question to Joshua. I'll try to this time for Joshua. Je voudrais vous poser des questions en français. Vous parlez français, Monsieur Joshua?
Yes, sir.
Ok, c'est bien si vous parlez bien français. Alors, comment vous pourrez faire un balance entre la nature et l'économie? Parce que parfois, il n'est pas très compatible les uns et les autres. Ça fait un conflit éternel entre les besoins économiques et la nécessité pour la sustainabilité de l'environnement. Je pense qu'à mon avis, M. Dover, M. Stéphane, d'accord aussi pour ma question. Merci beaucoup, s'il vous plaît.
I'm so sorry before, sir. I cannot speak French, I mean.
Oh, sorry. I just asked you in
yes,
French.
Sir, I'm so sorry.
Un petit peu. Oh, c'est bien un petit peu. Pourquoi pas? Alors, my question is based on how you mix balance, because this is an eternal problem between sustainability related with the environment, related with the your baby for the Eden, and of course the economic side or economic size, and that part of environmental tourism arena. Therefore, you make harmonize in order really balance harmony between 2 side coin. Thank you, Joshua.
Thank you, sir.
Please.
Is there any judge want to ask the question? If not, I will have the questions. Monsieur Dover, vous avez une question à lui poser? On va lui poser en anglais par contre, parce qu'on ne va pas lui faire peur. Okay. Joshua, I like your presentation. It's quite original. Horasba.
Thank you very much.
It's very interesting that you present Taman Eden. Horasba. Okay. It's very interesting you present Taman Eden 100. And as North Sumatra is not very well known yet by international tourists. So you are talking about promoting Taman Eden and what the way they are doing, and then a lot of problems still that in it. So my question is, how you promote and then how you present, how do you think that Taman Eden can be promoted to the as a sustainable destinations for the foreign tourists? Besides, not so many people know yet about not so many people know about North Sumatra. Now you are talking Taman Eden, which is very interesting. But now, what's your suggestion to make Taman Eden go international, and how first to make people know about Taman Eden?
Well, thank you for the question, ma'am. I'll try to answer. So the question is, how can I make Taman Eden 100 be more well-known into the other people, even to the world? First of all, before we talk about promoting, we should understand that the familiarity of the destination must be having the certification. First of all, I would like to suggest for all of the stakeholders there to make the certifications first, something like cleanliness, health, safety, and environment.
Joshua, before you answer the second question, you have to answer my question first. I asked you on the first question.
Okay, sir.
Okay, Horas, huh?
Horas, sir.
The Madam Eka is number 2 after me. Then yes, okay. First, I'm a judge. I know how to judge. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, so thank you for the questions. I will try to answer the questions, sir and ma'am. So the first question is that talking about the economy aspect for the sustainable tourism development. So yes, first, I think that actually for Taman Eden 100, it of course support the sustainable tourism development through economy aspect. Because of what, as I had said that before, the products that is made by all of the societies there could be sold into the people say there UMKM. So of course, by selling the product, sir, it can be supporting for the sustainable tourism, because we know that first of all we must support for the glory of the society first. Yeah, that's sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, you can answer the second question from Madam Eka, please.
Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you from Madam Eka. I'll try to answer the questions. Before we talk about the promotion, I think I will suggest for the stakeholders there to make the certification first. Because of what? We need to make a place be well known by certified by, for example, Kemenparekraf. After that, we talk about promotion. How can we promote that? Because nowadays, in the pandemic situation, we know that we cannot promote face-to-face. And I think the internet is the most appropriate media how to promote that. And now, it will not change the people role. It is also putting the people first. And then we just make our creativity through the internet, how to tell them, how to make a good storytelling, and of course, it must be original. That's my suggestion, madam. Thank you for the question.
Mauliate, thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Continue to the next finalist.
The third finalist who will present her material is Carolina Ogata from Pradita University with the topic of Operation Restoration Tourism of Toraja. Please welcome Carolina.
Back in the 1980s, Toraja used to be a leading tourism destination and was even second to Bali. Although as time passed by, the number of tourists began to decline drastically, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic striking along. This downturn happened due to difficult access towards the remote location and as if it was slowly becoming forgotten from the world tourism map. To this matter, the government had given an initial solution by creating a new airport, along with road repairs in progress to support accessibility hoping that there will be an increase in the number of tourists visiting Toraja again.
Toraja's tourism attractions are already very unique and eye-catching, such as nature, culture, and agrotourism, which caused it to be Indonesia's iconic tourism destination back then. But what still needs to be fixed or improved to bring back and increase tourists' interest? The idea is to start a program to restore and present the new face of tourism in Toraja. This program aims to help in developing the local community in order to rebuild, sustain, and promote local tourism of Toraja.
These are the 7 steps of the program. The first step is community counseling for tourism, in which locals will be guided, educated, and prepared for the recovery of Toraja's tourism, and also counseling for COVID-19 and health protocols. This step aims to raise the community's awareness. The second step is the initiation of community cleaning system on a daily basis. Day to day, locals are involved and taking turns according to their neighborhood. The purpose of this step is to increase mutual cooperation or gotong royong in Indonesian and to take care of the environment while being litter-free for a clean and comfortable place to live and visit. The third step is greening, which involves the community to enhance and embellish the environment so tourists and locals can enjoy the surroundings with a lovely view. The fourth step is to gradually restore the traditions and cultures back to its authenticity. Well, the purpose of this step is to focus on embracing and preserving authentic Toraja cultures according to the locals, specifically the indigenous cultures themselves, seeing that as time passes by, some of the authentic Toraja cultures and traditions begin to slowly fade away and replaced with some foreign cultures. The fifth step is rehabilitation and guidance towards accommodations such as homestays to prepare a suitable, comfortable, and a safe place to stay, along with professional service towards guests. The sixth step is to create new tourism attractions. There are 3 main initial tourism concepts in this program. The first one is agrotourism, which mainly focuses on coffee plantation and tourism activities in the area. This agrotourism could especially be applied on uncultivated lands. The second one is a cultural performance, which could be in form of cultural tourism in Toraja, which will be held annually as a peak event. The third is an opening for pathways in remote areas such as woods, highlands, and other nature tourism spots. This allows nature exploration towards people who also want to experience adventure tourism too. The last step is widely promoting through social media, mouth-to-mouth, advertisements, and others. This way, more people will find out and could be interested in visiting Toraja as people have become more aware.
Menurut saya, program restorasi tujuan yang diajukan ini itu justru ini yang dibutuhkan. Selesainya seluruh permasalahan dari pariwisata Toraja kalau ini diterapkan secara konsisten. Ada sebuah kegiatan yang memang benar-benar terencana dengan baik, dilaksanakan dengan baik, kemudian mendapat dukungan arahan akademik, dan juga budget yang memadai. Itu persoalannya.
Great transitions aren't always easy, but it's definitely worth it in the long run. After all, the great changes start from the small creative steps we take for a resilient and sustainable future. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Carolina Ogata from Pradita University, and on this opportunity, I would like to present about my FITE video essay presentation. When I was 5 years old, in front of the statue, I asked my dad, "Dad, who is this?" My dad said, "This is your great-grandfather, Nek Semba. He was one of Toraja's heroes during the Dutch colonial era. He fought for Toraja's freedom so Toraja can be brought back to normal." And from that moment, I had a dream that I wanted to be one of Toraja's heroes as well. I want to contribute to do something to my hometown, just like my great-grandfather. Noticing Toraja's tourism downturn after the 80s, especially with the impact of COVID-19, I was encouraged to help find a solution for the current issue. Tourist interest in visiting Toraja has been decreasing, not because of its culture or tourism spots being less interesting, but more because of its difficult access since it is located in a remote area. With the help of recent developments in access, which helps ease tourists to visit, now it's left for tourism stakeholders on how to keep the tourists at home and spend more time in Toraja itself, then also attract more tourists to come. Now the question is, how do we do it? The answer is in this restoration program, which I call Operation Restoration Tourism of Toraja. Let's look at our main issue at the moment, which is the COVID-19. It has created a lot of effect on our lives, specifically on our topic, which is tourism. But Toraja's tourism issue had been happening long before the pandemic itself. Therefore, longer problems require a broader solution to solve effectively in a longer term. And the 7-step restoration program tries to cover the current issues happening in Toraja's tourism step by step. These are the 7 steps mentioned in the video earlier. Now let's talk a little bit about each of the points. First of all, the community counseling is specifically aimed for raising the local community's awareness so they can understand more about the importance of Toraja's tourism development and also the significance of COVID-19 health protocols if they fully learned the risks and impact of COVID. And second, the daily community cleaning system, which aims to create a clean environment along with increasing solidarity in the community. Because even as tourists ourselves, we will expect famous tourism destinations to be well maintained so we can be comfortable to stay longer. It will be less pleasing to travel around and document dirty environments. And then third, which is environmental greening, helps to create a better scenery for everyone to enjoy, and not to mention bringing multiple sustainable benefits to the environment itself by planting trees or other kinds of plants as well. And fourth, Toraja is well known for its ability to hold on to their authentic ancestral cultures. Although, observing that there have been some cultural loss that is starting to happen, there should be a step to help restore, embrace, and preserve authentic Toraja cultures. Let's take, for example, on cultural ceremonies such as Rambu Solo, the locals can be encouraged to wear traditional Toraja clothes, just like how it used to be back before people started wearing modern clothes to cultural ceremonies. When tourists come to a certain destination, they want to see and document something different than what they usually see in their daily lives. Toraja has a unique and rich culture, which should be a key to capturing tourists' interest. Fifth, accommodations like homestays should be rehabilitated or repaired, and owners should be guided on preparing a comfortable environment for tourists to stay longer. Sixth, creating new tourism concepts will help boost tourists' interest in visiting, since tourists want to try new experiences and explore new places too. The 3 main initial tourism attraction concepts, which are the agro-tourism, cultural tourism, and adventure tourism, will be the main tourist attractions, since it is also the common tourism potential in Toraja, so it's easier to start off from these first. And lastly, of course, promotion. One of the most famous ways to promote a tourism destination is through various social media platforms. If the promotion succeeds and is able to attract viewers, it will help the destination to become viral or popular. But surely, in order for this program to proceed, it still requires sufficient funds, as mentioned earlier in the video. Therefore, the role of investors is indeed significant to help this happen as well. Now, looking back at this whole program, I thought to myself, who knows if this could actually be the new breakthrough for Toraja? And maybe this could even be my chance at following my great-grandpa's footsteps in bringing Toraja back to normal. Thank you for listening.
Hello, Carolina. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
The video presentation is really interesting. So I have one question for you. If I become foreign visitor, I know Indonesia is so beautiful. Why I should pick Toraja instead of other destination in Indonesia?
All right. Thank you for the question. I would like to try to answer. Toraja used to be one of the most leading tourism destinations in Indonesia back in the 1980s. And other places in Indonesia too are very interesting and very unique for tourists if they want to come. They also have many tourism attractions. But in this topic, I chose Toraja because it is my own hometown, and that is why I would like to embrace my own cultures from where I come from. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is any judge to have a question to Carolina?
Maybe I have one. I understand that you want to become a hero of the Toraja people, as your grandfather was, but I don't got exactly if you want to just to raise the number of tourism, or if you want to protect the culture of people. It seems that by listening your speech, that you don't see any contradiction by having a huge number of tourism, by having a new airport, impressive certainly, but still a bit far away from what we expect from cultural tradition, most probably. And it seems that you don't see any contradiction by having a huge number of tourism and having your fourth point of restore and preserve authentic traditional culture. I have the feeling that if Pramolo, for instance, when you have a morning ceremony, if you have thousands of tourism around, it's difficult to preserve the tradition in a way because people feel that they are not in their tradition at all because they can't be focused on what they are doing if there are hundreds and thousands of tourism around. And it seems that you don't perceive or feel or try to find any solution to resolve this kind of contradiction, don't you?
Okay, so I would like to try to answer the question. Thank you for the question. So in Toraja, we would like to embrace the cultures, we would like to embrace the traditions, the authentic cultures that have been going on for hundreds of years. And through this program, that is why I try to, in my fifth step, I try to say that we would like to try to preserve the authentic Toraja cultures itself. Therefore, there should be ways to preserve these authentic cultures, which is through probably starting from the small actions, from first or initial examples. For example, if there is one event that was held which tries to embrace more of Toraja's culture and focuses on it and tries to expand it, and then we give this example to the other people who are also trying to create these events too, they will try to follow the steps and also will actually embrace Toraja's cultures by following these steps either. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina and judges. Let's continue to the next finalist.
The fourth finalist who will present his material is Alberki Kurniawan Adonis from Bandung Institute of Tourism with the topic of Wat Batu, the inspiring resilience of art. Please welcome Alberki.
The COVID-19 produced dozens of new habits yet also restrictions in many aspects, including tourism, a pleasurable activity that people always look forward to the most. When tourism defined as moving from a place called origin to a destination temporarily, it contradicts efforts to prevent the spread of the virus by minimizing mobility.
So, how can the tourism sector remain alive in these limited conditions?
The OECD states that tourism within tourist-owned territory or domestic tourism with relatively low cost is expected to provide hope for the tourism industry.
This statement is strengthened considering that there are no particular criteria on minimum distance to declare an activity as tourism.
As a creative city, Bandung is dynamically producing value creation applied to tourism products even when pandemic occurred and created timeless appeal even for Bandung residents themselves.
On behalf of Bandung Institute of Tourism, I'm Alberki and I'll invite you to explore an example on how creative domestic tourism can reflect sustainability and resilience. It is through a serene and enchanting tourist attraction in Bandung called Wat Batu.
It is a stone installation made by a well-known Indonesian artist, Sunario, an awardee of the prestigious Chevalier de l'Ordre des Arts et des Lettres from the French government in 2017. As a form of creative tourism, Wat Batu convey the philosophical value of humans' environmental journey of life, from birth to death. Visitors are brought to be refreshed spiritually through space ambience. The stone installation area is divided into two parts, namely the intuition area and the logical area. The intuition area contains a series of human life journey and interactions that must be in line with the rules of nature. The logical area delivers that development of science and nature preservation must go hand in hand, considering the size and proportion of tiny humans compared to the universe.
In other words, this art installation brings the audience to treasure every moment of life that is temporary, including respecting the universe and everything that lives in it.
which turns out to be in line with SDGs point number 12, target 12.8. Wat Batu also hosts various agendas for craft-making activities, exhibitions, and art performances as creative products through collaboration that support local arts organizations. The spatial aesthetic value of the landscape grabs the attention of those who are most alert to attractive tourist spots, Generation Z and Millennials, who turn out to be more courageous to restart their travel domestically during the pandemic. Procedures during pandemic are the current priority management aspects. Visitors' enthusiasm is controlled through strict restriction of only 50 visitors per day. Interestingly, these occurring limits give deeper impression of calmness and serenity for visitors, with more personal interaction between art installations and their audience. With its appeal, local visitors are willing to queue to visit the Wat Batu, creating a continuous demand for visits until today.
Wat Batu reveals that captivating creative tourism products that relate with possible market needs will create resilience on the circle of supply and demand. With the domination of local visitors, it also indicates that short-distance travel can also produce quality experiences through creative tourism.
Wat Batu also educates the value of sustainability through art interpretation. Moreover, this good message is mainly conveyed to the generation that will dominate the industry in the future.
Domestic tourist trust in creative tourism product is an important highlight that Bandung want to convey to the world. Creativity will always be in demand. It will remain unlimited, even though the pandemic presents constraints.
Thank you, Alberti. You can start your presentation.
Good afternoon, honorable judges, finalists, and all conference participants. I'd like to begin my presentation by mentioning that human intelligence is absolute and infinite. We are not equipped with particular body parts to defend ourselves when we feel threatened, but intelligence helps humans to continue to adapt, creating methods and tools as answers. In the journey with the pandemic with more than a year, it is always a right choice to analyze and find anticipatory measures and problem solvers for the challenges that may occur in these dynamic conditions. When it comes to resilience, the ability to capture phenomena and use them as to enrich methods to survival is the key point. Tourism nowadays is currently on a recovery period through the types of activities that are safe but still attract tourists in the scope of domestic tourism. Bandung still maintains its position as a favorite destination to visit, with creativity on all over its city products. This is a fact considering that the narrow range of tourist origin coverage caused by the pandemic policy does not affect the enthusiasm of domestic tourists. The main reason behind the high demand of creative product is the promised value in the form of something new, refreshing, and involves active participation between businesses and consumers. It is always excites consumers. In relation to tourism, Richard et al. State that creative tourism places more emphasis on the value of producers and consumers encounters, an ideal and worthy form of tourism that is comparable to the sacrifices of tourists who dare to leave their home with various consequences during pandemic. And art is the expression of human creative skill and imagination. In other words, creativity and art are inseparable. That is why Wat Batu is chosen as a best practice in response to previous points of statements. Noise, crowds, and the maximum numbers of visitors that are prohibited during the pandemic are not needed in Wat Batu. As shown in the video, visitors are about to find a deeper meaning of life with more appreciation and respect to the universe in a quiet atmosphere, supporting the SDGs target 12.8. Yomi, the guide at Wat Batu, even stated that there are a group of people who are willing to come all the way from Jakarta just to daydream in Batu Air. Tranquility is one of the most wanted conditions to cure life worries, which are now we're all in such a difficult condition. Boredom, anxiety, and the risk of stress experienced by humans caused by the pandemic can be released with the characteristic of Wat Batu as a safe creative tourism product. Visitor management through restriction does reduce the number of visitors, but ensures a constant demand for visits due to limitation that arouse curiosity. A quality tourism experience will be created and then produced voluntary marketing, and trusted word of mouth. The attention gathered in Wat Batu optimizes the function of the art space to host various craft-making classes, limited art works, and art exhibitions that benefit local art activists. For example, earthenware fast-making classes in collaboration with Project Biasa that has been successfully held twice with limited participants, reflecting partnership with local art organization, which also benefits clay and flower producer, supporting SDGs target 8.3 and 8.9. Traditional dance and music artists are given space to perform their performances on Wat Batu, and cultural preservation will keep on going in line with SDGs target 11.4. The partnership is also carried out with the F&B creative industry in Balai Batu, a cafe inside the area that helps small medium enterprises or SMEs to develop some more taste, a dessert jar culinary creation business, and again, supporting SDGs target 9.3. This system can be used as a framework by other art spaces in Bandung, which are also experiencing a popularity increase because of this phenomena. The perfect match between the supply side, represented by art-based creative tourism products, and the current tourism demand can be optimized by events and partnerships. The system of benchmarking can be personalized to the genre of art and the characteristic of each art space. The identity of each art space will generate various options for art-based creative tourism products. It is the perfect moment for the charming art-based creative tourism to make a steady but sure contribution to the recovery of tourism. With infinite ways and methods like art, the challenges caused by pandemic will not be able to match it. The ancient Sundanese proverb say, "Hana nguni hana mangke, tan hana nguni tan hana mangke." With real evidence of the resilience shown by art-based creative tourism, let's give more space for art to convey its message in life challenges for a hopeful future. Hatur nuhun.
Alberki. It's time for the Q&A session. Judges, if you have any question, the screen is yours.
Yes, I think it's interesting presentation. What's your name?
My name is Albert Kiser, but you can call me Ape.
Ape, yeah, that's good. You have a good presentation. Then compare with your video. If I could prank with you, the video less than presentation, but the both sides is good. Only one thing related with the creative tourism industry. This is really impressive me, especially I never been there. I've never visited your Wat Batu, even though I've been many times to Bandung. Next time, I think. Only one thing related with this pandemic COVID. Of course, you have a limited crowd, etc. What do you think also by using the IT promoting? I think that's interesting. Also, you can use power reality, and of course, you can share in YouTube. Have been done this part of the promotion or this strategy of promotion? As you know, Paris may, if I'm not mistaken, the biggest museum in that city, Louvre. They are also not selling. They are also promoting by using the power reality. What do you think that's the strategy? Thank you. Atur nuhun.
Salam Sulna, Pak. Yes, I think it is right. Reflecting from Paris, that city full of art, it could make the certain ambience that tourists feel like no another tourism attraction that feels like this. And I want art can dominate the creative tourism sector in Bandung. So people will come and do a free or voluntary marketing, not just because the initiation of the tourism attraction developer or management, but in a coordination with the special unique value that encourage tourists to do the promotion by itself, inspired by Paris. Thank you, sir.
Can you elaborate a little bit my question, or you didn't really understand?
Yes, I'm sorry, the connection here is pretty
Okay, no problem. It's okay.
unstable.
Only just one thing is how you
Yes.
promote, and since the crowd is not loud, since the visitors limited, using IT promoting by IT, like just many of art center they're using this one. This can be also sellable, can be payable, not
Yes.
Please.
Yes, What Batu has done several digital marketings in their Instagram, in their highlight section. There is a lot of things that seems to be a magnet for potential tourists. There are virtual tour. There are facilities for frequently asked question, and everything in there. It just makes us want to visit as soon as possible because it's beauty and wonderful visitor management adapting to the pandemic, sir. They already done it, and it also can be followed by another creative art space in Bandung.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next question, please, judges. Okay, that's all for Alberki. Thank you very much, Alberki and the judges. Let's continue to the next finalist.
The fifth finalist who will present her material is Namira Arikosari from Makassar Tourism Polytechnic with the topic of Wairebo is a creative tourism during COVID-19 pandemic. Please welcome Namira.
With the existence of COVID-19 pandemic, travel gives the ability to experience a new perspective, to be more open-minded, and to experience things with nature. Now, tourism must be more creative. That's why ecotourism is one of the right choices in this situation. One of them is Wairebo. Hello everyone, my name is Namira Arikosari, a student of Tourism Polytechnic of Makassar. This is a video essay for FITE 2021, Creative Tourism during COVID-19 Pandemic, Resilience and Sustainability. Wairebo is a Manggarais traditional village known as famous cone-shaped architecture, precisely located at Flores Island of East Nusa Tenggara. Wairebo itself has meaning as a spring and sikeli. It consists of 7 custom houses named as Mbaruniang. It is made from certain grasses and cut by ijuk or palm fiber from sugar palm in order to have a strong condition as the wind and water attack the house. Mbaruniang has 5 levels. First level is Lutur, which is used for the residents of the Akapan. Second level is Lobo, as a warehouse for storing food and supplies. Third level is Lentar, served to store plant seeds for planting. Fourth level is Lemparea, to store stock of food reserve which is useful in times of tinkering or crop failure. Fifth level is Hekangkode, serve as an offering place for their ancestors. Community-based tourism, or CBT, is a tourism concept used in Wairebo tourism development. CBT concept in Wairebo tourism was applied from the beginning like planning, implementation, and countering done by society. The big question is that Wairebo as an ecotourism is a creative tourism during COVID-19 pandemic? Sure it is. First, Wairebo has implemented JSA protocol. It is cleanliness, healthy, safety, and environmentally sustainable. For that reason, the local community also promote visa movement with the government. It is bersih, indah, sehat, dan aman to maintain health, safe, and hygiene for local people and visitors. Second, with a new perspective, tourism presents an opportunity to encourage a new connection with nature. This is the right time for business community to contribute to create a new and attractive tour packages. With that, people can feel the sensation of stay on a cone-shaped house and continues with the agricultural activities. With the existence of Wairebo, it is certainly have a good impact on local communities' economy relied on coffee production without harm the environment. In this time, the pandemic provides an opportunity for government and tourism stakeholders to improve the quality of tourist destination, which is not only attract of tourist visit, but consider the sustainability, safety, and hygiene of traveling. and of course, building more resilience and sustainable tourism. Ecotourism will become a new tourism activity that can attract to the public during COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, wearable need to be concerned and supported by the government and tourism stakeholders. As we move into the 2020s, I believe that we are going to see ecotourism continue to flourish and possibly even lead to a movement where all travel and tourism will want to be aligned with sustainability. So, wearable as an ecotourism is a creative tourism even on and post of COVID-19 pandemic, resilience and sustainability.
Thank you, Namira. You can start your presentation now.
Well, thank you for the time that given to me. Je m'appelle Namira Arikosari, Pupu Pemapele Namira. Je suis étudiant à Tourism Polytechnic of Makassar. And today I'm going to talk to you about why Rebo is a creative tourism during COVID-19 pandemic. But first of all, I would like to say thank you very much for all of judges and our keynote speaker today for attending. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism now must be more creative because COVID-19 pandemic, and then travel give the ability to experience a new perspective, to be more open-minded and new connection with nature. That's why ecotourism is one of the right choices in this situation. And one of them is wearable. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, that you will stay in a famous concept in Indonesia, and then you wake up in the morning, open the door and see a beautiful panorama. And of course, you will continue with agricultural activities. Of course, you will get a new experience. It is a best experience, I think. Talking about the famous concept, wearable is the famous concept architecture. Precisely located at first island of East Nusa Tenggara. There are so much activities you can do in these places, such as coffee farming. Is there anyone in here, a coffee lovers or coffee holic? If you are one of them, you have to try the best coffee from Wearable Village. For your information, ladies and gentlemen, community-based tourism or CBT is a tourism concept used in wearable tourism development. CBT concept in wearable tourism was applied from the beginning, like planning, implementation, and controlling done by the society. So the big question is the wearable is a creative tourism during COVID-19 pandemic? Sure it is. Why I say like that? Because first, wearable has implemented CISA protocol. It is cleanliness, healthy, safety, and environmentally sustainable. For that reason, the local community also promote visa movement with the government. Second, now people traveling outside their normal context and they encourage with a new connection with nature. This is the right time for business community to contribute and to create some new and attractive packages. With that, people can feel the sensation of staying on a cone-shaped house and continues with the agricultural activities. People, the visitors, can learn how to harvest the coffee and then picking up coffee from the trees, and after that, making your coffee by yourself. With the existence of wearable, it is certainly have a good impact on the local community's economy relied on coffee production without harm the environment. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you come and visit a wearable village, you maybe not realize that you are helping to increase their economics. So, as we move into the 2020s, I believe that we are going to see ecotourism continue to flourish and possibly even lead to a movement where all travel and tourism will want to be aligned with sustainability. So the conclusion is ecotourism will become a new tourism activities that can attract to the public during COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, Wairebo need to be concerned and supported this place need to be concerned by the government and tourism stakeholders. In this time, the pandemic provides an opportunity for the government and tourism stakeholders to improve the quality of tourist destination, which is not only attract of tourist visit, but consider the sustainability, safety, and the hygiene of traveling. And of course, building more resilience and sustainable tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, Wairebo is a creative tourism even on and post of COVID-19 pandemic, resilience and sustainability. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's come and visit Wairebo village to helping each other, because now we are in a COVID-19 situation. So we have to supporting and helping each other. The Steve Maraboli ever said that life doesn't get easier or more forgiving, but we get stronger and more resilience. Thank you very much. This is my last presentation, and I hope you get my point. And merci beaucoup.
Okay. Thank you, Malira. Judges, if you have any question, the screen is yours.
Yes, pardon. Monsieur Dover, s'il vous plaît.
Yeah, maybe I have a question, because we know how much Tanah Toraja and Bali are under pressure of tourism, because of the number of tourism related to the number of people and the tradition, and it's really a challenge. But I wonder, considering that Wairebo is a village of houses, it's known all over the world, it's very iconic, and we have thought about sustainability, you have told us about sustainability, about resilience and so on, but I'm a little bit worried. Can we consider that it's reasonable to promote that much, such a tiny space with so few people, and considering that you will maintain a kind of idea of tradition?
Well, thank you for your question. It is interesting question. Actually, if you're talking about the ecotourism, it's really increased. It's really talking about the social life, and then the environment, and of course the aspect of economics, and why how to we sustain and talking about these places. Actually, we have to promoting this place because now we are in a COVID-19 pandemic. So we have to helping each others, and for how do we recognize these places. Actually, there are so many things we can do, such as promoting this place, and we have to call some influencer. Maybe we have to talking and then give them information about these places, and of course we have give them some education about we have to maintain these places, because Wairebo is famous concept, is one of the famous concept in Indonesia. So we have to maintain these places and by supporting and helping each others. I think that's all.
Okay, if it's possible, I have a question to you.
Yeah.
You are talking about Wairebo. Before we talk a lot about the ecotourism, things like that, I just want to ask something. Did you go by myself? Did you go by yourself to Wairebo?
Actually, I never come in Wairebo.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I ask you this because actually it's very important for everybody here to know. Maybe Monsieur Stefan Dover, Pak Safta knows very well. You know that Wairebo is the only way to go to Wairebo is only walking.
Yeah.
Like
Tracking.
tracking, because
Yeah.
it's in the middle. Yeah, that's all. That's what my question is before we go talking about all the program, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, I mean, that's the village that only can reach by walking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Namira and judges. Let's continue to the next finalist.
The sixth finalist who will present his material is Christopher Ivan Valian from Pradita University with the topic of Digital Nomads, the Key to Sustainable Bali. Please welcome Christopher.
What are digital nomads and how are they key to a sustainable Bali? Digital nomads refers to people who make their living by working online. This enables them to work independently anywhere in the world, where Bali is one of the most popular destinations. With the pandemic showing how unsustainable Bali is for its over-reliance on the tourism industry, digital nomads help shed a light on the future of Bali as an international digital hub and why it would be the perfect industry for it. Although tourism has been a reliable source of income and a great contribution to the island's development, the damages it brings can't be ignored. Things such as plastic waste and groundwater drought was a prevalent issue before lockdown. For Bali to become sustainable, it needs to rely less on tourism and develop other industries. However, not many options are available when taking into account the many limitations, such as the need to preserve natural beauty for its tourism appeal. The ideal industry for Bali would have to fulfill the criteria of generating revenue for the island without causing much pollution or needing massive infrastructure and natural resources. Taking this into account, providing digital services on online work akin to what digital nomads do seems to be the most suitable option. But what is stopping the locals from doing so? The low level of education, as well as the lack of skills, are its main cause. With how much easier it is no surprise to learn that a good chunk of the local workforce ends up in tourism. Job promises from hospitality schools, the need for a lot of labor, and low educational qualifications required further worsen the lack of a diverse workforce. This contrasts with the digital nomads who work technical online jobs, typically making more than the average income. However, the legality of being a digital nomad is a gray area without clear recognition in visa policies. The proper work visa, known as KITAS, is notoriously difficult to get as it is intended for foreigners to be employed by a local company. This has led to the abuse of social and business visas, where legal repercussions are rare due to the difficulty of proper identification. As a response to this, the Indonesian Minister of Tourism has proposed a digital nomad visa to properly recognize them legally. I believe this new visa could be utilized towards building a more sustainable Bali. By not simply placing a price tag on the visa, but providing the option to obtain it by sharing their skill with the locals, would be far more beneficial. Besides sharing technical skills, the most important skill sharing that most nomads can do is English, as it will open the gateway to more resources and opportunities on the internet. A program like this would also be beneficial for the nomads participating besides just obtaining a visa. They would have an easier time connecting with the locals and transitioning to life in Bali thanks to the connections they would make by teaching. The nature of online classes makes it easy to participate, whilst offline classes could be packaged into a fun trip to more authentic, rural destinations of the island. In conclusion, Bali is one of the hardest hit economies during the pandemic due to its over-reliance on tourism. Tourism itself has proven to be harmful to the island in its current state before the pandemic. Thanks to its popularity as a digital nomad destination, the island is setting up to be a promising international digital hub for the future, preparing the locals to be able to participate for this future by educating them with the necessary level of education, as well as further attracting more nomads by properly recognizing them as a type of tourism is crucial for the future sustainability of Bali. My name is Christopher from Pradita University, and this has been my participation in the 2021 FITE competition. Thank you for watching.
Okay, Christopher, you can start your presentation now.
Okay, so good afternoon, judges. So to make a quick rundown on my video, I believe that although the effect of the pandemic is globally reaching, regions and specifically islands that rely heavily on tourism like Bali
are affected far more severely. The conclusion I have come to was that Bali has become overly reliant on tourism, which causes it to have been impacted far more heavily compared with other regions in Indonesia during the pandemic. Whilst the state of tourism itself before the pandemic was one of over-tourism, which is harmful and unsustainable. So this is the damage of tourism. One of the main issues that happened before the pandemic in 2019 was due to the massive amount of tourism, Bali actually suffered from over-tourism in the form of water drought. There was not enough water, natural fresh water on the island to properly support the tourists, the agriculture, and the local people. And as an additional chart to this graph shows how as tourism grows in revenue, more labor is moved from the primary sector, which covers agriculture, into the tertiary sector, which covers trade, hotel, restaurant, as well as services. What this means is that as tourism grows, the island grows to be more and more reliable on tourism, further loosening its other industries to be able to sustain itself. I believe the pandemic has given the opportunity to fix this issue by two means. One, Bali needs to develop other industries to reduce the dependency on tourism and give them the breathing room necessary to be able to be more selective with the kind of tourism it receives, preventing over-tourism from happening again. The best industry that comes in mind when taking into consideration the many limitations of the island. Sorry? The best industry that comes to mind when taking into consideration the many limitations of the islands are digital services. And here are some examples of the island's limitation. We have to take into account that it is an island, so it is waterlogged, where logistics is a lot harder because in order for goods to be transported, it has to be transported by air or by water. Bali also lacks proper waste management, with many of its waste not being recycled or processed, but instead being dumped onto landfills. And we also cannot forget about the fact that Bali has very small roads due to a lack of proper development of the infrastructure. So what I mentioned earlier was that the best industry for Bali would have to come in the form of digital services. Digital services essentially covers any job that can be done online remotely, such as graphic design, video editing, programming, or social media marketing. The idea of providing digital services is possible to do anywhere, but it becomes more necessary in small regions with limited natural resources like Bali. An example of this would be Singapore, as one of their main export is technical and financial services. What makes Bali special in this case is that providing digital services are already being done on the island. However, it is not done by the locals, but instead by its tourists, namely the digital nomads. They are a big reason on why, although most of the island has grinded to a halt during the pandemic, the region of Canggu seems to have not been affected at all by the pandemic. Its large population of digital nomads ensures that there is still a constant input of money to circulate into the local economy. However, as mentioned by the video earlier, the legality of being a digital nomad is still a gray area without proper recognition. This issue has already been addressed by the Minister of Tourism, Mr. Sandiaga Uno, as a digital nomad visa is already in the works. Now, I believe utilizing this visa could be the key to building a more sustainable Bali. By providing proper and legal means to become a digital nomad in Bali, the islands would become even more attractive for digital nomads to visit, increasing the quality of tourism. I believe that this pandemic would create a new kind of tourism, one where working online has become much more common, that the idea of enjoying a tropical island whilst being able still to do their work is going to be very alluring. And instead of limiting the contribution that can be gained from digital nomads to only be monetary in local spending and visa purchases, I think we need to be able to see them as educational resources. Providing the option for them to share their skills and knowledge in exchange for the visa is going to be a far more beneficial contribution in the long term. It would increase the capability of the local workforce, enabling them to also participate in earning income by online means, bringing an income to the island outside of tourism. The online work field is also unique, as it often judges you not from your educational qualification, but from the portfolio of your work, easing the process of obtaining work without educational certification to combat the mass job loss that has happened during the pandemic. But however, the most important skills that can be learned from a program like this is not technical skills such as programming or graphic design, but it would be the English language, as it would very much be possible to learn any skills necessary online and to do online work once you are able to speak the language. A program like this could be based and supported alongside pre-existing programs such as the pre-existing worker competency program such as Kartu Prakerja, or the current Smart Island program in Bali, which it has the intention of it has the intention of providing free Wi-Fi connection across the islands in tourist area, hospital, and school. Over time, as a more capable workforce is established, Bali would seem more lucrative for startups and other businesses thanks to its cheap living costs and therefore cheaper labor. This would ensure the growth of a different industry to help make Bali more sustainable and less reliant on tourism while promoting online work. I believe this pandemic has given Bali its tourism the option of being a dodo bird or a phoenix, to go extinct or to rise from the ashes of the pandemic brighter than before. I think it's clear that we have to do everything in our power to make sure the island ends up like a phoenix, and I hope that my ideas have contributed towards that goal. Thank you for your attention, and I'd be more than happy to answer your questions.
It's time for the Q&A session. Judges, if you have any question, the screen is yours.
Maybe I have one because I think it's very interesting because it's really a new option for tourism. And I've experienced myself in Canggu, this kind of digital community with the co-working space where I used to be for a while on a special project, but it was interesting to see how vivid it is. But my question is about scale. Do you think that this kind of community can replace, and at which extent it can replace a mass tourism in terms of incomes and advantages for Bali?
Right. So the main idea of my point is that I don't believe it will be able to completely replace mass tourism. However, the idea that I wanted to bring forward is that the fact is it is possible to do online jobs in Bali, and as digital nomads have proven, as they're doing their job in Bali. And I think the damages that over-tourism brings is far more harmful in the long term towards the sustainability of tourism, that no matter how lucrative it is not going to be worth it because the damages it causes will be permanent. So part of my ideas, as mentioned earlier, was as a form of a partnership program between digital nomads and local population. I believe instead of further relying more on tourism, I think it's better to scale down tourism towards to less quantity of tourism, but a higher quality. And I believe this gap can be managed if more workers in Bali, more local workers in Bali are able to gain an access to income outside of tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Next question, please.
Okay, just one thing, sir. There is any evaluation of some sort of benchmarking or comparative studies have been done by yourself or others researchers, and there is any differences between this nomad and others in terms of income, in terms of return, in terms of earning, compare with not mass tourism, of course, compare others special interest tourism, even for special visitor. Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the question. So what I get is you're comparing whether or not the income of digital nomads as a tourism is higher or lower compared to what kind of tourism?
Yeah, that's you catch up my question. Right. Just you need the answer from you.
No, I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time understanding your question. Would you mind repeating it, please?
Yeah, yes, that's you have been repeated my question.
Oh, okay. As far as the benchmark goes compared to other tourism, I'm a bit confused with the question because as far as I'm aware, that there's actually no kind of tourism which allows tourists to make money while being in Bali or in Indonesia. And that is actually one of the main issue of why a digital nomad visa is crucial. to fill this gap because as the pandemic has shown, a lot of jobs have been proven to be possible to do online. And I believe it will open a new kind of tourism where people would like to work online, but instead of just working online at their home, once the pandemic is over, they'll be able to enjoy a tropical island like Bali where they can still work, but also enjoy a type of tourism.
That you mean this only just temporary base or this can be sustained?
I believe this can be sustained because even before the pandemic, digital nomads have already chosen Bali as one of the most popular destinations. And I believe you can look this up. I believe in 2018, it replaced Chiang Mai in Thailand as the more popular destination. The fact of the matter is, digital nomads have been a thing since 2010, since internet connection has become more reliable. And I believe in the future, it's only going to grow as more jobs are going to be more feasible to be done online, allowing people to live wherever they want and still be able to keep their jobs. And Bali is very interesting for this kind of tourists because not only are the living costs super cheap, like the rent, like if you compare it to the rent in the United States or in the UK, where you will get a small bedroom apartment, in Bali, you could get a villa with a swimming pool and the food costs a lot cheaper. You're very close to the beaches. I think this is the future market for tourism in Bali. And it is far more sustainable because
That's exclusively for a local or also for the internal. Local also can utilize such this opportunity for the local people.
I believe the locals could. However, I think this goal is more intended toward foreign workers because it would be far more lucrative for them since their income would be stronger compared to local worker.
No, local I mean national. This is not only from Bali. Maybe it can be also from Jakarta, from other.
Then yes, absolutely. So for example, I do digital work as a part-time too. I sell online illustration and stuff like that. And I have a friend who makes a full-time living doing that. And he has already expressed interest to me with the fact that if I can make my income by working online, why should I live in Jakarta where the living cost is expensive and there's pollution everywhere, traffic jam, when I can just go to Bali, enjoy tropical paradise, still make the same amount of money, but I get more for my money and enjoy my life more. And I think that's the appeal that I think is going to grow in the future. I believe tourism as a quote unquote short-term holiday is going to decrease, and people are going to start being more interested in temporarily living in tourism destinations for several months or several years because their job would allow them to do so.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Christopher and judges, let's continue to the next finalist.
The next finalist is Niputu Darla Hollandina from Bali International Polytechnic with the topic of Rumah Desa, a tourism branding that makes the real Balinese life. Please welcome Darla.
Bali is an island in the country of Indonesia which is based on the tourism sector as a driver of the economic in all walks of life. But until now, the COVID-19 pandemic hit Bali economic and tourist industry since the international aviation were closed. The UNWTO guidelines also recommend that countries currently focus on the local tourist market so that later, tourist destinations are ready to be fully open to a larger market. And this is one of Bali creative tourism innovation during COVID-19 pandemic.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Song, je m'appelle Darla Hollandina, je suis étudiante de Event Management Polytechnique International Bali et je voudrais vous présenter mon vidéo pour participer au concours FITE 2021. Tourisme créatif pendant la pandémie de COVID-19, resilience and durability.
Rumah Desa means house in the village. It is located really in a tranquil village with very charming nature at the surrounding. This is one of the tourism branding that make the real Balinese life such as Balinese cooking class, farming, living with local, Bali spiritual experience, making coconut oil and many other. With background as a tour guide, they saw an opportunity for European tourists to be attracted. So, they built independently by involving 5 friendly, totally 41 people in 2009 and going well in 2011 by employing native as a staff. And now already 10 families join. And this is the Balinese real life.
Balinese people give a sense of love and affection to the god by giving offering and craft, so that it become a culture that become a habit, and this is the attraction of tourists who are in Bali. This is Balinese alphabet Lontar. In this book, we can know the history of Balinese culture. Lontar reef are written by carving with a special knife called pangrupa. After writing, rub with the burnt hazelnut fruit as a natural ink, and this is the result. As I told you before, we can see that Rumah Desa already contribute the triple bottom line, or known as 3P, people and planet before profit. The socio-cultural, environment, and financial positive impact that the K of sustainable.
Sekat ada turis, nyak bareng miaro, tanam-tanaman kopi, serai, jahe.
Penghasilan tiang sekat kali per hari. Semenjak ada turis, penghasilan tiang bertambah 100.000 dan ini tiang senang.
Semenjak adanya kunjungan wisatawan ke desa kami merasa senang dan bisa belajar bahasanya secara otodidak dan membagi kebudayaan kami.
But now, global supply chains have been disrupted by COVID-19, and local supply chain may prove to be a force and become more important in the operation of the tourism system.
Adapun usaha kami dalam menghadapi pandemi saat ini, kami sebagai pengusaha lokal dari desa melihat peluang yang baru, yaitu kami punya kebun kopi.
As for our effort in dealing with the current pandemic, we, as a local entrepreneur from the village, saw a new opportunity in which we opened a new business to survive in this tourism downturn by opening a coffee shop that branding as Warung Desa Kopi Bali. The CHSE health protocol have been implemented, such as wearing masks, maintaining distance, providing hand washing place, digital menu, and CHSE certification from the government. Other creative ways need to be taught to adapt with the COVID-19 without compromising the safety and comfort of tourism while on the vacation are: first is digitalization. To avoid crowd, we must update all activities of the reservation and ticket payment by online. Second is 50% limitation of visitors. By enforcing a regulation on the ticket, the hours and duration of the visit specifically. For example, to visit Rumah Desa, we have to book by website on www.rumahdesa.com. At least one day before, if there is still a place of 50% limitation, Rumah Desa will give the ticket like this. So guys, this solution can be applied to all tourist destinations to maintain a distance between visitor and also take care of the exclusivity and sustainability of tourist attraction.
Thank you, Darla. You can start your presentation now.
Merci pour le comité qui ont tourné mon vidéo. Bonjour les honorables juges. Bonjour à tous et à tous. Tout d'abord, je voudrais remercier Ide Sanyang Dewasa, mon Dieu avec toute puissance. Grâce à lui, je veux d'être là parmi les 10 meilleurs participants de FITE 2021. Permettez-moi de me présenter. Je m'appelle Niputu Dalla Hollandina. Je suis étudiante de Polytechnic International Bali. Ladies and gentlemen, in this pandemic situation, we must keep our distance, apply strict health protocol standard, and avoid to travel to busy place. And COVID-19 pandemic is a challenge, but can be opportunity for the rise of local tourism because the tourist village have an open nature, free from air pollution, and far from crowds, so that the tourists can travel safely and comfortably. This healthy protocol is our priority today. And in addition, the local tourism with community-based creative tourism can add more value to the tourists. And Rumah Desa is an example of safe travel destination and an implementation of sustainable tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, before slide, please. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Rumah Desa is owned by local, run by local, and empowering local to offer the real Balinese life as a unique experience for the tourist. I see this is a very positive thing and bring a glimmer of light because this kind of community-based creative tourism is what Bali needs at the moment. And by looking at this Rumah Desa, we can see the direct positive impact of this sustainable tourism. And this system follow the three bottom line theory, or better known as people and planet before profit, which must always be balanced, right? And this concept is also represent the three Hitakarana that become the biggest Balinese philosophy, where there are three coast river in this principle, namely harmony with God, harmony among people, and harmony with nature and environment. Next slide. And what is done by Rumah Desa is accorded with the formulation of sustainable development in the Broadland Report in 1987. Namely, development that meets the need of the present without affecting the ability of future generations to meet their needs. It is very unique and become the distinction of its similar kind of industry. Next. And responding to the current COVID situation, Rumah Desa has implemented the CHSA regulation. But in my opinion, it is not enough, especially when international borders are open. Next. So therefore, please allow me to provide additional solution. My solution are, first is digitalization. We all have seen how technology has changed unavoidable in the way we interact, we think, and we move forward. And the use of technology is the key here. Therefore, to reduce the hand circulation, we can update the reservation and ticket payment to be online. And the second is limitation of 50 number of visitor. Rumah Desa needs to limit 50% of the visitor capacity for a duration of 2 until 5 hours with the proper timing. And all visitors must comply with all of this, and they are not permitted to enter outside of this hour. Next. That's all my presentation. Hopefully with this, you can be inspired. And if you live at the village, don't be afraid to explore that potential to be used as tourist destination to develop as local community-based creative tourism. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention. S'il vous plaît, please, vous avez des questions. Sorry. And it is, if I have a time, so for the committee, can you allow me to sing a Balinese song, just a rap little bit? Could you allow me to sing a Balinese song?
Q&A session. So judges, if you
Okay.
have any question, the screen is yours.
Good afternoon, Olandia.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
How
are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The idea of Desa Wisata aligned with the sustainable tourism. But if you are promoting the Rumah Desa, what do you think like the most spectacular experience compared to other Desa Wisata in Bali?
Okay. As I know, in the most best experience in Rumah Desa is Balinese real life, and also we can living with the local. So in Rumah Desa, they have a program that that always supporting the local community. So they always introduce their culture to the foreigners and also to the local tourists. So this is one of the famous one of the famous program in Rumah Desa is living with local and Balinese life, the real Balinese life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If
Any
there is no
question?
other question, I have one. Could you please sing us your song?
Okay. So 1, 2, 3. Ngiring sarang-sarang, jagalah lestarian. Ngiring sarang-sarang, laksana yang trihita karana. So that's me. Let's together doing the trihita karana concept. This is the Bijos Balinese concept.
Thank you for your song. You have a beautiful voice.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Darla and judges. Let's continue to the next finalist.
Thank you.
The next finalist who will present his material is Reza Oktama from Bandung Institute of Tourism with the topic of When Recreative Becomes Creative. Please welcome Reza.
Creative tourism offers tourists the opportunity to develop their creative potential through active participation in courses and learning experiences which are the characteristic of the destination where they are undertaken. It involves tourists deeply in the cultural escape of the destination where they take part in the different activities, thus creating a close link between the tourist, the community, and its cultural heritage. Kampung Cisangkal is a residential area located in Bangun Karya Pangandaran. This unique village was born from two different ancestors, Sundanese and Javanese, which led to cultural acculturation. This village is rich of tourism potential and resources, and all these resources are developed by the community to become kampung wisata.
Sampurasun, Wilujeng Sumping di Kampung Wisata Cisangkal.
Initially, Cisangkal Tourism Village only sold food named nasi liwet and natural scenery only for family recreation. Over time, this village was packaged creatively by applying the principles of creative tourism. First, terms related to the local culture. Cisangkal Tourism Village carries the terms of the local community daily activities.
Berbagai kegiatan ini kita kemas dalam berbagai kelas, yaitu ada kelas berkebun, ada kelas seni, ada kelas memasak, dan ada juga kelas mengolah makanan tradisional. Dari berbagai kegiatan kelas di sini diharapkan wisatawan bisa mengenal filosofi menari tradisional, cara membatik, cara berkebun dan memanen, sampai mengolah hasil perkebunan di sini.
These various activities are carried out in the place of origin, not concentrated in one particular area. Yes, to keep it authentic.
Itu kelas berkebun, kita bisa memanen ini yang sudah ada, yaitu komoditasnya itu terong. Nah, untuk kelas kesenian di sebelah sana.
Tourism development in Cisangkal village contributes income to the local people because they are the significant resources in the processes of the activities. It supports the local people in present.
Masyarakat bisa mendapat pemasukan dari wisata di sini.
It processes affect the behavior of the tourists and local people, especially raising awareness of the negative environmental impacts.
Kita memanfaatkan dedaunan yang ada untuk membatik. Kita membatasi kunjungan wisatawan yang datang sini agar lingkungan nyaman, wisatawan nyaman, alam lestari.
Creative tourism not only affects the environment and the economy, it also influences the preservation and development of the cultural heritage. And most importantly, by involving tourists in cultural and arts activities, it is able to create a sense of belonging of young people to love their culture more.
Kunaon sok kendang?
This is why the development of this creative tourism village is also expected to be a solution for the degradation of traditional arts and culture in Indonesia, and also expect it to be a tool for conservation as part of local sustainable development. In order to adopt a new normal condition, Kampung Cisangkal has implemented the health protocols which pay attention to cleanliness, healthy, safety, and environmental sustainability in their activities in order to provide comfort for the tourist and the community. It is hoped that the development of creative tourism village in Cisangkal will become an inspiration for other villages in Indonesia. Because I do believe that the creative tourism village development could lead into more sustainable growth and increased well-being of the local community. At the same time, it can be an alternative solution to overcome economic downturns, especially during COVID-19 pandemic. Kampung Cisangkal has made a recreative village to a creative village to make pandemic become opportunity. I am Reza Oktama, student of Sekolah Tinggi Pariwisata Bandung. Hatur nuhun. Thank you. Excuse me, to the community.
Is going to be azan soon.
Excuse me, can I have a 5 minute break because it is adhan here?
We're gonna have a 5-minute break due to azan. Okay, now we will continue the event. Reza, you can start your presentation now.
Alright, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, everyone. Just here. Participant. Such an honorable is honor for me, Rizal Thomas, student of Sekolah Tinggi Pariwisata Bandung, to proudly present you about Cisangkal Creative Tourism Village. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 days ago, Ladies and gentlemen, 5 days ago, we celebrate the World Environment Day. And 3 days ago, we celebrate the World Ocean Day. Now the question is, what is our contribution for the environment to save this planet? What is our contribution? What have we do to preserve it for our next generation? As we know that the environment and tourism cannot be separated. It is so connected. So what is the contribution of tourism for the environment? This, this, or this? Anyway, happy World Environment Day again. Anyone knows where is it? It is in Pangandaran, right here in West Java, in Java Island, which is well known with its marine and coastal tourism. And this one is the most famous beach in Pangandaran, called the Pangandaran Beach. This happens in Pangandaran Beach every single weekend. The crowded, no mess, no health protocols, the trash, the plastic, the mass tourism. Can you imagine there are 10,000 tourists every single weekend in this beach? It increased over 40% in 2020 to 2021. So now we know that this mass tourism is unsustainable. It clearly doesn't support the sustainable development goals and the resilience. So let me introduce you the Cisangkal village. This village is located around 30 kilometers to the north from the beach in Pangandaran, or around 200 kilometers from my home, and I decided to go here by my motorcycle to see how the way the community implement the creative tourism. And this is the superior community in this village called Local Durian on Mahen. And let me tell you what they do to implement the creative tourism. First of all, they make various classes to support, to facilitate the tourist to improve their creativity, their creative potential. And the second of all, they transform the recreative activities and output to a creative one. When initially people or tourists can only sightseeing for the batik processing, now they are involved in the whole or the entire activities from looking the material first and then painting the batik and then seasoning the batik until it is ready to use. And also the output is not only for souvenir, it also for it also they can get culture experience, their own batik, philosophy of batik, and the batik for souvenir. And this is implemented to other classes, to other various classes. And the third one, the community has transformed the tourist from the consumer as consumer to prosumer, where they they allow to produce and consume their product. Now the question is how the creative tourism in Tisangkal support the sustainable and resilience. First, they limit the numbers of visitors and implement the health protocols. They prioritize quality over quantity, which means they also implement the health protocols. It's not about the quantity, but it's all about the quality. Next one, they are using the eco-friendly materials. They are using the leaves or batik materials, and they sort the plastic, the trash, the unorganic and organic one. The unorganic, they sell it to the bank trash, while the organic one, they use it for fertilizer. And the third one, the creative tourism increased the local economy. It creates jobs, additional jobs, and increasing prosperity and in additional income for the community. And fourth one, by involving tourists in activity culture, in activity it involves tourists, it gives the tourist opportunity to take part in preserving the culture. And the last but not least, it empowers the community. It makes them stand on their own feet. So ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to support the development of this creative tourism village. I hope Tisangkal can be inspiration and example for other villages in Indonesia, because I do believe creative tourism can build a strong local community structure. It can stimulate the local economy, the culture, the environment development, and the resilience. At the same time, it can be an alternative solution to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic, like Tisangkal do. That's all for me. Thank you so much. Hatur nuhun.
Reza. It's time for the Q&A session. Judges, if you have any question, the screen is yours.
Yeah, could I start my my question to Reza? Thank you, Reza. You have a good presentation and nice.
Thank you so much, sir. That means for me.
Only just one thing. I
Yes.
would like to really to explore a little bit more the theoretical base or theoretical thinking is easy to see to state it that you can limit it the visitor, like in Tisangkal. Normally, in a practical way, we do hope in the certain or in destination we have to receive much more visitor, means much more earning. That's happened. Like also the phenomenon of Pangandaran last time. Even the government cannot limit it the visitor.
Yes.
And that's why the Pangandaran is considered like one of the new cluster in pandemic COVID. How you can make this Sangkal really what is can be limited of the visitor? There is a need of some consensus, I think, from community, from the government, from the tourism industry. What that had been done in that Sangkal area? What you did, what the community did in Sangkal in order to really in line what your strategy based now, especially for the limited of tourism, limited of tourism in that area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for the question. What is the community do to implement the health protocol or to limit the visitation of the tourist? First of all, because it is a traditional village, sir, it is have to be adaptable with its carrying capacity, which cannot receive a massive one, which only the niche market. So they are prioritize the quality over quantity. And the second of all,
I could understand that statement. That is theoretical statement. How do you in the ground? That's more important for me. If that statement is on the book, many of the book of France stated that's theory. But how you make it in the ground?
Okay, what they do is limit. They only receive 6% or 6 tourists every day, sir, because it is have to adaptable with the carrying capacity and the condition of the community, sir. This is what they do, and they also provide the health protocols like wastafel and such things.
How many visitors they receive every day?
They receive every day is only 6% there, sir, because it is have to be adaptable with the homestay there.
6% only that can be affected in the economic scale that can also impact it to the economy size or local community. But 6% is not many.
Yes, sir, because it is not it is not the goals of the tourism of this creative tourism, sir, that built by the community, but the goals is how to preserve the nature, the local economy, and the sustainable. So it's not about they receive how big they can get by the economy, but also they have to be sustained or the balance of the sustainability, especially for the environment and also the culture. That's all, sir.
Okay, I do. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next question, please.
Maybe I have a
Okay, I
question
think
for
that's
you.
all for Reza. Thank you very much.
Right. Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry, there's another question.
yes, maybe a quick question for Reza. As you have mentioned, you have only a few tourists coming, and it's a part of the entire challenge, just to mix people with the local inhabitants without altering their culture as well. Do you think that there is a potential for each and every village to host this kind of homestay integration, cultural integration kind of approach of tourism? What is the potential overall? I mean, in Jawa, for instance.
Okay, they have 1,000 potential or to support the tourism as well, such as the homestay. They have only around 8 homestay there to provide the tourists. So it have to be adaptable again to the numbers of visitors. That's all. And also they have a lot of fauna, flora and fauna to see, and they have a lot of culture, especially the music and the dance traditional arts.
Technique with the topic of Somba Opu, the choice of eco-culture tourism during COVID-19 pandemic. Please welcome Irfan.
Eco-friendly culture-based tourism, which is the combination of the concept tourism and the same time contribution to protecting the surrounding nature. In the implementation of this object is to pay attention to surrounding object that will specially packaged for presentation to tourists. In time this concept will be predicated as tourist attraction that is interest to foreign tourists more centers on the cultural result of a nation. Hello everyone, my name is Irfan Asila from Makassar Tourism Polytechnic. This video essay competition for FITE 2021. Welcome to Sumba Opu. In addition, based on research concluded by PATA in 1961 in North America, it was concluded by more than 50% of tourists visiting Asia and the Pacific region. Their motivation to travel was to see and observe custom, life journey, historical heritage, and ancient building heartily. So, can aquaculture tourism can be one of creative event in COVID pandemic? Of course. First, the operation system of Sumba Fort has implemented by CHSC standard. So, visitors who will come or to this area will safe and comfortable during day tour. Second, can be a new tour by providing various choice of private tour package or small group package, so that tourists can learn new things in the front area, enjoy nature, and interact with surrounding community. Third, the arrangement of visitor mobility, so that tourists don't need to leave the city of Makassar to see history relics. Fourth, tourists can see for different culture in South Sulawesi located at Sumba Fort with combination of educational concept, the concept of traveling, and informatively friendly, because when visitors come they only will learn about culture, enjoy nature, so that preservation of culture can be maintained and preserved. 5. Economic turnover through the provision of places to eat and other service sellers with due observance of health protocol, so that later there will be still an economic well that continue to run. 6. Entertainment tourism, which is combined with sport tourism, which is caused by pressure in the workplace, so that it can become a natural stress reliever and relax the body. This will have a direct impact on the mental health of a person visiting the Sumba Apu Fort. 7. Carrying the concept of the ladies' educational tour through the introduction of historical areas. In addition to visiting the fort, tourists can visiting Karaeng Patingawang Museum, which is located right in the middle of fort area. Tourists can also choose various kind of historical relics, ranging from traditional clothes, traditional weapon, and others. There is a local guide who will be happy to help you when you have trouble or want to ask something. The conclusion is the cooperation with the government and related parties in need to support and private active in maintaining and preserving the Sumba Upu Fort area as one of tourist attraction that need to maintain it and sustainable during COVID-19 period. Thank you for watching. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Irfan. You can start your presentation now.
Well, hello everyone. I hope you are stay safe. First of all, I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Irfan Asela. I'm from Tourism Polytechnic of Makassar, majoring convention and event business study program for semester. In this time, I would like to present about my video. My title is Wonderful Places Sumba. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to explain about my background. Eco-friendly culture-based tourism, which is the combination of the concept tourism and at the same time contribution to protecting the surrounding nature. In the implementation of this concept is to pay attention to surrounding objects that will be specially packaged for presentation to tourists. Based on research by PATA in 1961 in North America, it was concluded that more than 50% of tourists visiting Asia and Pacific region. In new normal era, all things on the way need to be considered and have a real impact for sustainability of the tourism sector by suppressing the spread of COVID-19 virus. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is my main point. Firstly, is combining a concept of traveling and education in being informally friendly is considered capable to becoming a travel package with high selling value in target market. Secondly, the mobility of visitors will be controlled so that the spread of COVID-19 virus will be suppressed through restrictions on visitors from outside the city, because here visitors can enjoy 5 of travel traditional houses in South Sulawesi without going to their home area. The last one is the implementation of CHSE, clean, healthy, safety, and environmentally in collaboration with CARD, or Care, Actions, Ready, and Dedication. Concept is more effective. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to explain what is CARD, Care, Action, Ready, and Dedication. A for actions. Take real actions of to bring about change and control the economic circle and heighten healthy protocol are ready to help in maintaining the sustainability of economy so that it's in the area of COVID-19. D, always dedicate both before and after FITE 2021 competition to work together to build a better country's tourism. A is in A is environmentally. Next is conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to explain about my conclusion from my video. Collaboration and support from all parties relate to the development of this new innovation are needed so that the Samba Fort area can be one of tourist attraction that means to maintain it and sustainable during COVID-19 period. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all my presentation tonight. Hopefully you can inspire or you can understand what I say. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good evening. Good evening.
Thank you, Irfan. It's time for the Q&A session. Judges, if you have any question, the screen is yours.
Maybe a question for you, because you are in a place and it's very interesting because you are promoting a place that is not very known and not very popular as could be Tanah Toraja or Bali. So it's really interesting to try to promote such kind of places, and I think it's really an asset. My question would be about eco-friendly, because even if in your explanation we found it, but it was not very obvious in your film. You present villages, you present attractions, you present museum, but why didn't you enter into eco something?
Thank you for the question from Mr. Stephen Joffer. I would like to try the answer the questions. Why I choose eco-friendly tourism? First of all, first my reason why I choose this point, because in new normal area we must to first cleanse. Why? Because first, if we don't get clean and healthy, we don't get a point from tour. I take example. The first people go to Sambau for tour. That's do he or she don't take a healthy protocol, so it can become a transplantation COVID-19. So that is not safe. That's my point I get from Christian Stephen. Thank you.
Let's move on to the next question.
Maybe I just want to ask a question, very technical. How we go to your place? How you call it? Sowe, Sumba, things like that. How to get there?
Okay. I would like to explain the accommodation from airport. First of all, if you from Java or something else,
from
you
Jakarta,
must
let's
go
say
first.
from Jakarta. How to go there from Jakarta?
Okay, if it's from Jakarta, go by plane or go by ship, and you must go to Sultan Hasanuddin. From there, you get a car or a bus. Bus is Damri, and you can direct go to Sumba Opu Fort by Grab car or Go car. The prices is under 100, and you can go to Sumba Opu.
Oke. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you Irfan and judges. Let's continue to the next finalist.
The 10th finalist who will present her material is Triskia Nurul Anissa from Bandung Institute of Tourism with the topic of Nyalin, a local tradition from Gunung Masjid Village as an alternative tourism during the COVID-19 pandemic. Please welcome Triskia.
The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted many sectors. One of them is tourism. The virus spreads violently that limits our mobility to travel around. But we cannot let the pandemic take over us. This is the moment where we need to get back up and revive the tourism sector. Then how can we restart it? I am Rizkia and this is my video essay for FITE 2021. In this situation, the tourism trends have tended to shift from mass tourism to niche tourism, and during this pandemic, tourists are seeking for alternative tourism that its safety and security are guaranteed. One of the alternative tourism that is currently being developed is creative tourism. Creative tourism is not only limited to the production of arts and crafts, but also focusing on experience and active participation from tourists towards the destination. Meanwhile, to guarantee the safety and security of tourists, the Tourism Ministry and Creative Economy of Indonesia has a certification program called CHSE, Cleanliness, Health, Safety and Environment Sustainability for the tourism business actors. Alternative tourism such as creative tourism, which is supported by the presence of CHSE facilities, will certainly support the reopening of Indonesia's tourism. One of the destinations that we can explore for its creative tourism is Gunung Masjid Village in Bandung Barat district. So let's check them out. Even though this village is dominated by geotourism and its geodiversity, Gunung Masjid is also rich in biodiversity and cultural diversity. Talking about the cultural diversity, Gunung Masjid has a local tradition called Nyalin. This tradition is a ceremony usually performed by the local agrarian people during the harvest season as a form of respect towards Nyi Pohaci Sanghyang Sri. The ceremony is practiced by providing several necessities such as dawagan, frankincense, censer, lisong or cigar, rurujakan, snacks, sanggar, a place to store offerings made of bamboo, and several other additional necessities which Wali Puhun will then read prayers. Then how can this local tradition considered as a part of creative tourism? Nyalin as a local tradition has the authenticity and the value of local wisdom where the tourist can obtain new knowledge and skills through the learning process from it. Tourists can actively participate by following the whole session of Nyalin, starting from Marit Pare, Ngagebuk, and so on. From this activity, tourists are invited to increase awareness and respect for culture and nature, especially rice as a staple food for Indonesians. And for the community itself, it's also beneficial because this tradition can be an identity for the village and its people within it. Another good thing about the presence of Nyalin tradition in Gunung Masjid Village is that the Pok Darwis tourism activist group is empowering the female farmers as the main actors. The method used to harvest the rice is also done traditionally. The empowerment of female groups, maintenance of local wisdom, and responsible use of resources will certainly support the achievement of sustainable development goals. Some of the SDG that supported by the presence of Nyalin are SDG number 5 about gender equality through female empowerment, and then SDG number 11 about sustainable cities and communities through the preservation of cultural heritage, and then SDG number 17, partnership for the goals, as the tourism runs in this village has been successfully establishing partnership between the Pok Darwis and government, private sectors, and NGO in the form of sponsorship and training. In conclusion, the tradition of Nyalin is very potential to become a creative tourism product through the creation of unusual experiences. Making it as a tourist attraction can also preserve culture and have a good impact on the surrounding community.
Hopefully, Indonesia tourism can be recovered as soon as possible and become our source of happiness again.
Okay, Rizkia, you can start your presentation now.
Okay, thank you, MC, for the opportunity. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rizkia, the last presenter for today, but I hope all of you guys are still excited until the very end. On behalf of Bandung Institute of Tourism, today I will be presenting about Nyalin, a local tradition as an alternative tourism during COVID-19 pandemic. Let me just start by quoting some words from Abdul Kalam, a former president of India. He said that when learning is purposeful, creativity blossoms. When creativity blossoms, thinking emanates. When thinking emanates, knowledge is fully lit. When knowledge is lit, economy flourishes. He argued that a clear aims and objectives of learning process could lead into various benefits. Creativity applies in many terms, but for today, I will be talking about creativity in tourism, or commonly we know as creative tourism. Probably for some people, the definition of the creative itself still limited in the production of arts and crafts, but actually there's the key component of the creative tourism. According to Richard and Raymond's 2000, they divide the creative tourism into three components. They are interaction, participation, and experience, and those three components are merged through the learning process. From my video has shown before, I took Nyalin from Gunung Masigit as the example of creative tourism. But before we move to the main topic, I'd like to explain first a brief introduction of Gunung Masigit. Gunung Masigit is one of the villages in West Bandung that is rich in geodiversity because it's located in Citatah Kars area, which is the oldest kars on the island of Java. Therefore, geotourism is intensively promoted in this area. But apart from its geological potential, Gunung Masigit also has the potential for cultural diversity, which is represented by a local tradition called Nyalin. Broadly speaking, I have described the local tradition of Nyalin in the video essay, where this tradition is a Sundanese traditional ceremony usually performed by the local farmers during the harvest season. After experiencing it firsthand, I can say that Nyalin has the three components of creative tourism. A direct interaction between the tourist and the host community through the active participation from the tourist in the practice will create such an unusual experience. And the value this tradition is trying to deliver is the manner of respect towards the nature and culture, and also the mindset of responsible use of God's creation. So how do Nyalin reflects the concept of sustainable and support the achievement of its goal? Mrs. Yeti, the head of Pagdarwis Guapa once said that she really wants to develop this tradition into a tourist attraction because it is a cultural heritage of the Sundanese, which is now rarely practiced but is still preserved in Gunung Masigit. She also empowers women's farmer groups as the main actors. It is in line with the SDG number 5, target A, about equal rights for women, and also in line with SDG number 11 about preservation of cultural heritage. For information that in the Gunung Masigit area and its surrounding, there are still many illegal limestone mining, which of course has impact on natural degradation due to irresponsible use. Therefore, if Nyalin tradition is successfully developed into a tourist attraction, the first benefit that will be obtained is the preservation of Nyalin tradition and the recognition of it. Hence, the tendency of shifting from mining industry to tourism industry is very possible. Last, the presence of Nyalin can also stimulate partnership, as all of you can see the list of the organizations that have ever been in partnership with Gunung Masigit, both from the private sector and state-owned enterprises. It is also open for opportunities to adopt the regional travel bubble concept with the bordering areas such as Jakarta and Bandung City, since they are the origin of the tourists that regularly visit Gunung Masigit. As a response to the COVID-19 pandemic, Gunung Masigit implementing the health protocols by providing wash stands in every tourist attraction in Gunung Masigit area. This tradition of Nyalin is originally a form of Sundanese people way of life and is not a product that is deliberately formed for the benefit of tourism. The impact received does not really affect the community's economy. Decrease in income might be happen, but the local people still can maintain the job as farmers and manage to survive. Considering that rice is also primary need and the main food of the Indonesian people, so that the demand for rice will continue to exist. The development of tourism has the objectives to support the main sector of the economy in a region, which in the case of Gunung Masigit is agriculture. As expressed on the beginning of the presentation, I have already mentioned that creativity will lead in the various benefits. To use creativity in the development of creative tourism, especially in Gunung Masigit village through the local tradition of Nyalin, can give opportunities both for the tourists and the host community. Last, let's restart the tourism starting from the local, for the local, and by the local. Thank you.
Hey, Rizkia, it's time for the Q&A session. Judges, if you have any question, the screen is yours.
Maybe I will have a question, ask you a question. I see that Nyalin tradition is very special to the villages that you have mentioned, but I wanted to know exactly how could the tourists be involved in the tradition itself? What could be their place? Because the tradition is designed at the origin without tourism. How do you integrate it? How do the villagers integrated tourism in this special ritual?
Excuse me, can you repeat the question because my internet here is quite unstable.
My question was how the villages integrate tourists into the Nyalin tradition, into the Nyalin custom, because it's not that natural to have people coming from outside and being integrated. How do they manage to do so? And what is the attraction exactly for the tourists?
Okay, thank you for the questions, Mr. Steven. So how do the villagers integrate the tourists into Nyalin tradition? The unique point of the Nyalin tradition, as I said before, it is a tradition that is a respect towards the nature. So the point is the education. As we know that people are born to be curious about culture, about knowledge. So that's why by making it as a tourist attraction for the tourists can deliver the knowledge that they haven't get before. Thank you.
Next question, please. Judges, do you still have any question?
Hello, good evening, Rizkia.
Hello.
Yes. So your topic about Gunung Masigit, but so far as I know, this area is not promoted yet as a tourist object. It's a potential, but a lot of people doesn't know about this area. So what do you think, what kind of campaign to locate the Gunung Masigit as a tourist object, the attractive one in West Java?
Okay, thank you for the question. I am not recommending this tradition to be the main attraction, but as a supportive attraction. So I would recommend this tradition to be included to the main attraction that already exists, such as Stone Garden, which is already popular among the tourists. Maybe the activist group in the place could create such a tour package by including the tradition into the existing main attraction. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was the last finalist presentation.
Okay, that was all the 10 finalists presentation. So, Evelyn, what do you think about their presentation?
Karen, it was so wonderful and insightful. They were able to impress the judges and be chosen as the 10 grand finalists, and I learned a lot from their fascinating presentation.
Well, I agree with you, Evelyn. And while we're waiting for the judges' decision about who will win this competition, we're going to watch videos of previous FITE finals.
See
I would like to thank everyone who has witnessed the 10 final presentation of the finalists. And now, we are going to announce the 3 winners in this competition.
The first and the second winner will receive the short course scholarship of Tourism Summer School in France, while the third winner will receive a brand new handheld POC camera from Embassy of France. Evelyn, are you ready to know who the winners are?
I'm thrilled, Karen. Let's announce the winners.
So, here are the winners of FITE 2021. So the third winner is, congratulations for Ananda Joshua Siburian from Medan Polytechnic of Tourism.
And now, for the second winner. Congratulations for Carolina Ogata from Pradita University.
And last, the first winner of FITE 2021 is, congratulations for Reza Oktama from Bandung Institute of Tourism.
Once again, congratulations for all winners, and we thank all the finalists for participating in this year's competition.
Now, I would like to invite Mrs. Philomen Robang to give a closing speech for all of us as the symbol of the end of today's online conference. Mrs. Philomen Robang, the screen is yours.
Terima kasih everyone. Thank you everyone for such an exciting final competition. And before you all go, and I know it's late and everyone wants to have dinner, just a few words to our candidates. Congratulations to all of you. The 10 of you were creative, inspiring, passionate. All of your videos and perspectives were extremely interesting and sometimes challenging. Jury has a very hard time choosing. I was there and it was quite fun, actually. Really, thank you. Congratulations again. And judging by your performance today, I'm quite optimistic given about the recovery of the tourism industry. Congratulations to our winners. We are delighted to know you will work closely with friends in the near future. And I'd like to extend our warmest thanks to our partner, Pradita Institute, to Ibu Aida Halim, the General Secretary of Yayasan Pendidikan Pradita Institute, to Dr. Franz Davierus Tegu from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, to Bapak Dr. Sapta Nyawandar, Chairman of Indonesia Tourism Forum and a longtime friend of the French Embassy, to Mrs. Eka Munkare, to Mrs. Vidya Hermanto. I really hope we could work together again later on. To George Washington University as well, who's not here today with us, but which dedicated a lot of time to provide some help, some advice, and some support. Last but not least, we have seen a lot of talented young people today, and I'd like to thank some more young talented people, to the incredible organizing team behind the success of the event, to the team in Pradita Institute, Mbarani, Mas Chris Stevenus, and to my amazing team at the French Embassy, Mba Catherine, Mas Massine, Mbadita. Thank you so much to everyone. Bye-bye, and we all hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Mrs. Philomen Robang, for the closing speech. That was such an insightful speech. Before we end the final conference, I would like to invite all of you to turn on your camera for the photo session. Okay, 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, one more time. 3, 2, 1, smile. Three, two, one, smile.
On behalf of the Embassy of France, Institut Français d'Indonésie, and Pradita University, we would like to thank our speaker, the judges, the top 10 finalists, and all the steering committees. It has been our pleasure to host this event. We look forward to seeing you at the next year FITE event. Stay healthy and be safe. Au revoir! Mama, mainan apa? Nggak ada yang beli
Cuci nanti kok
Recording stopped.